What's up? Hey, nonsense. What goes on? There we go. Oh, get situated here. The last song ended a little faster than I expected it to. Oh. Bigfoot, is he real? No. Nope. I traipsed around the like northern woods of the U.S. all by my lonesome as a child, like non-threatening entity, right? Haven't seen shit. Spent years doing it. Haven't seen shit. So that's mine. No. It'd be cool if he was though. I'm down. I just, you know, I've yet to see any evidence. And every fucking Bigfoot video, exactly, Amherst. Every Bigfoot video, every fucking Bigfoot hunter I've ever, like, I've met a couple. Man, they just like, you hear that fucking breaking stick? Yeah, that's Bigfoot, right? Like, it's always like, you know, sticks fall off trees, right? There's like cracks of branches and shit that randomly happen. It's, yeah. I'm not a believer, man. Not a believer. Oh, fuck the Landis film. The Landis film. Landis is a goddamn convicted fraud, right? This is like some fucking Mormon shit up in here, right? Like the Landis film. That dude is a goddamn actual convicted fraud. Like, let's see. Hang on. It's got to be the one I'm thinking of. Pretty sure it is. He may be a serial killer here. Like, yeah, like, oh god. So I just finished Dune. Decent, I guess, as a movie. Well, they're doing a sequel, so hope it's good enough. Jesus Christ. I mean, nonsense. Like, I don't mind if you just want to jump on the air. It's a fucking night show. We did fucking heavy theory yesterday. So, like, if you just want to, like, if you want to talk about Bigfoot, we'll jump over to Just Chatting. And you know what? We'll fucking talk about Bigfoot from a political point of view. We'll fucking stick it in politics. Who gives a shit? We'll see what happens. I already got my fucking first strike on YouTube. You were on the air with me when I just wanted your hot take. Yeah, you were on the air. For the episode that, for putting that bullshit fucking wannabe documentary hack shit, got me a community strike. I'm appealing it, but basically they said distributing or propagating election misinformation. Yeah, the one that was full of stock footage. Yeah. Yeah, they hit me with a fucking misinformation strike. And they're like, it's your first strike, so it's a warning. But if it happens again, you won't be able to upload for a week. And then, yeah, oh yeah. I'm like, fucking A, we lambasted that film. I'm like, you know, in my appeal, I'm like, we lambasted, we dissected, we took the piss out of that film. How is a satirical, a fair and satirical critique of this misinformation not doing good for the community? How is that not furthering the goal of truth and information security? Right? Like I was just, oh man, yeah, I appealed it. We'll see. Exact beast. Yeah, exact fucking right, Caboose? Well, you showed it, so it still counts. Yeah, it's okay, so yeah, it's not Landis that's the convicted fraud, though Landis is responsible for like the death of like children or a child, right? Or yeah, like child actors and like the death of a child Landis is responsible for, and he never really fucking owned up to it. But it's Patterson that is the convicted fraud, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And possibly Bob Crane and Peter Ivers. Yeah, like Landis is sketchy as shit. That helicopter incident. Yeah, like that's not even like speculative. Like that motherfucker like caused deaths. Yeah. Never owned up to that shit either. Motherfucker. Hey there, Hellfire. Glad to see you like being a little more vocal. I know you're a typical lurker, but I love it when I see the lurkers either way. Yeah, Twilight Zone. Yep. Caboose, here's, okay, so, you're gonna love this. Okay, so, like, you know, here's, yeah. So Vic Morrow and Renee Shinyi Chen and Micah Din Lee. Yeah. Fucking Landis. He's sketchy as shit, man. As a filmmaker, I wouldn't work with him. I wouldn't work with that motherfucker. I'd be like, that motherfucker doesn't pay shit attention to OSHA or like health and safety. Hellfire. Your reasons are your own, but thank you for sharing them. I don't mind either way. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The fact that anybody shows up to fucking hang out with me and do this weird ass shit, whatever this is just still, you know. Yeah. It's kind of hot in here. I kind of want to open the door. it's vertically askew, right, Peaky? Like it's instead of, you know, straight and narrow, it's vertically askew, and it's slightly off. Yeah, if I were an actor, I would not work with John Landis. Like, that motherfucker get me dead if I'm not careful. We're starting a nerdy clubs to books, where we read edgelord or Dostoevsky books, and make fun of them. Oh. Nerdy. All right. Yeah. Like an instrument of unjust hierarchy to me. Hey, Gemma. So y'all want to do Degen story time? Nerdy is the opposite of swood. Okay. Amorous. Well, it's gonna be a quick one. There's not much like detail in this one to do, quite frankly. It's pretty straightforward, if it were anything. So tonight the schedule looked like 7 o'clock. Arrival at Sir's house. Visit to the Dom, right? Tuesdays at 7. Got it scheduled. And potentially called up from the bench in other times. I was warned ahead of time that I should prepare a full clean out. So there's very few things that you would do that to. Well, Kat, that's the thing, is it's completely voluntary. So I've got a series of, you know what? Let's just fucking just. There we go. I've got a series of sized toys. Let's just say there's 4 sizes. The series itself goes up to, let's just say, mine are like 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? It goes from basically 1 to I think maybe 12 They get big. Like big. So I was told full clean out. And of the 4 that I have, right? Number 4 is possibly 2 pounds of silicone. So you understand the size we're dealing with here. Yeah, it's a stretch, Gemma. So you understand the size we're dealing with here. 4 rarely gets involved. 4 is not a... and the size difference between 3 and 4 is significant, right? 3 gets fairly somewhat regular play, right? Show up with 3 in. Have 4 with you. Full clean out. So anybody who's never been in this situation, here's what a full clean out entails. All right, this is good. This is a little uncomfortably graphic for you. No, skeptic. So basically, use what's called a shower shot. It's essentially a hose that hooks up to your shower, and you can use a diverter valve, rather than like a douchebag or something like that. Yes, before we called people douchebags, there was such a thing as a douchebag. You probably seen them with your grandmother's or your mother's hot water bottles, right? The little red rubber, that's a douchebag. Basically, I have it timed. 35 seconds will, corrects. 35 seconds will do the lower section. You just gonna get fucked really quickly? Cool. Do that a few times. Do that like 3-4 times till the water comes out clear. You're good. But if you're going for something more, right? There's 2 different levels that you need to approach. You need to do a minute 35 seconds. First, you need to clean out the lower section. Then you need to clean out a mid section. And then you need to clean out an upper section. So you do the 35 seconds. You do a minute 35. And trust me, it's an interesting experience to have this much water placed inside you. The minute 35 is a liter. It's a liter of water timed out from this hose. It's, and you need to do this a couple of times. It's an interesting experience. And then, you need to do the 310. 310 is 2 liters of water. And to fit that into your lower intestinal tracts, you have to first do the buck 35 standing up. And then you need to get down on your hands and knees, and you need to decline. All right, so head, ass, you need to do this. So you need to go down on your forearms. This will allow the water to flow downward where it needs to, downward. It's actually up your intestinal tract. And then around the 2:45 to 3 minute section, you need to come vertical, and that will down the next section. Hellfire, you can literally feel the pressure on your stomach. Your entire lower abdomen distends. You look like you're fucking pregnant. It literally distends your entire lower abdomen. And yes, you can feel the pressure. You literally feel like you kind of want to burp almost. Like you like something like that. All right. Get on the toilet and a siphon effect will occur. It's not all coming out in one go, but a siphon effect will occur. Quite literally, just like a hose that you invert and you like from a pool, the water will flow with the water. It will pull the water with it. And so, whoosh. The amount of vile and evil that comes out of you when doing this is an interesting experience the first few times you do it. as you learn this process. Now, keep in mind, a lot of gay bottoms like will never do this kind of thing. There's just no need, right? Take a dick, you do the lower rectum, you're good to go, right? 15 to 35 seconds of water. You're in, right? You fucking do that 3-4 times, it'll flow clear. Go get your dick, right? No big deal. But if you're going to do something porn star quality film, or you're going to do heavier play and you don't want any fecal matter involved, then you have to do a full fucking clean out, which is essentially a high colonic. And you're going to have to do it several times. At least twice for the 3 minute. Probably 3 to 4 times for the $135. And then a handful of times for the lower to get it clean to the point where you can, cupcake. And that's how you prevent it. Is you actually do a full clean out. The truth of the matter is that I will not need to probably, his friend of mine said 6 is the gold standard. It depends. Like if you're doing a full fucking clean out, I usually the full level, the 2 liter level, I do usually 2-ish, and then the 1 liter level 2-3-ish, and then the rectum level just sort of depends. It just sort of depends at that point, but yeah. If you're, there is no gold standard. The gold standard is, does it flow clean? You should be able to put water up there and evacuate, and there should be clean. It should be clean. It should be clear. Right? That's gold. Fucking platinum, baby. That's porn star quality, right? Peaky. Because that is a chemical action, and you don't really want to involve that portion of the gastrointestinal system at all if you can avoid it, right? Like you're essentially, how can I do this? All right, so rectum, curve, up, over, and down. This is what you're cleaning out in your gastrointestinal tract for this kind of thing, right? The colonoscopy prep involves the whole thing, right? And there's just no reason to do that. There's no reason to bring the whole chemical process into it, even though usually it's just magnesium sulfate. There's no reason to do that. And it's fucking miserable. This isn't great either, quite frankly. It's kind of fucking, it's rough to do. It's fucking rough to do. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's having that much water flow at that rate repeatedly. It's a sensitive area. Hellfire, rough. It's a sensitive area, so it can get touchy. Usually you start earlier in the day. Also, keep in mind you generally alter your diet a little bit to make sure that this is easily flushable material, right? So I've got a few tricks of the trade. I've got a few things that I apply. I've got a few, tinctures and that sort of stuff to soothe the area post clean out, a full clean out. And you do it hours before. And then right before you do a lower, just to make sure. You just do a few quick flushes and make sure that it comes out clean. So that's what I do. That's what I did. And I went through the process. I did what I had to do. And I started with number 3. Normally I would start with number 2. My number 1 is too small. No, sorry, like TMI here, but the number 3 or 4 in the series. No, it'd be number 4 in the series. I think it's just too small. It just is. You imagine number 1 in me. But start with number 3 because I'm going up to number 4, right? At least. and I have my suspicions about where this is headed. Poppers. I used poppers to get that job done, right? To get number 3 in. Keep in mind, I was pressed for time at this point. Like, I'm literally up against the time limit here. He's very strict and specific, which I like, actually. And so, amyl or butyl nitrate, reminds me of a scary time with a small toy. Flared base wasn't enough. Oof. Yeah. That's the last thing you want to have happen. The ones I use have a very large, they're medical grade, full through and through medical grade US manufactured silicone. And they have a very significant base to them. So there's just no, like, if you lost one of these inside you, like, I just want to shake your fucking hand. Also, I'd want to look under the hood because that would be impressive. It would be impressive. So a little bit of poppers, which act as a vasodilator, causes the blood vessels to expand and relax, which also has a sub effect, or a knock-on effect of causing sphincters, other musculature, to relax. Also, it's an interesting mental place that it puts you. A little, it's like they last for 30 seconds, right? They very volatile chemicals. They burn off, right? And again, you should never use these compounds. Never. These are not things that you should be doing. These are compounds and chemicals that are not for human consumption. In no way, shape, or form is this advice, or is this the way you should live your life? And so, number 3, get everything packed up. Put number 4 in the pack. Get the lube just in case. I always prefer to carry my own lube. Get everything I'm going to need for this adventure. I hit every fucking stoplight. I was raging. Amyl or butyl nitrate with her, aka poppers, aka video head cleaner, aka leather cleaner. Yeah. Actually, it's not illegal. It's just not recommended. Let's just put it that way. But the gay community's been using them regularly since probably the 60s. Every fucking light. I'm not kidding you. Every fucking light on the way there, right? Like I'm cutting it close as it is already on the time frame. Every goddamn fucking light. And like I'm an angry driver anyway. That New Englander, that northeastern US fucking is ingrained in me, and I've managed to tamp it down over the years. I've really reined in my anger issues over the years, and I think you guys can see that. But you put me behind the wheel of a vehicle and you put me in traffic, it just bubbles right to the surface. Just right? Every fucking light. I got there 1 minute after 7. I literally darted up through, like, normally I'd go around his yard, like, right through the middle, right? Rang the doorbell, answers the door, go inside. He's like, I didn't expect you until 8. I'm like, we said 7. He's like, oh, well, I'm glad I got back from the store earlier. He's like, glad I got back from the store earlier. And I'm like, you gotta be shitting me with this. And I pull out my phone. He's like, you don't have to prove it to me. I'm like, I'm proving it to myself, sir. Like, I'm literally have to prove this to myself. Like, he's like, yeah, you have to prove it to me. Hey, L, thank you for the sub. Bezos bucks too. So I'm scrolling back in my fucking phone, and I'm like, yep, 7. He's like, when did we agree to that? I'm like, Thursday, 11:23 p.m. Right? Like, fucking, sort of shit like that, right? Like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay. So the rules basically are, there's 2 hard rules. 1, when you walk in the house, you're naked as soon as that door closes. When that door closes, it's all off. 2, on the way out, hug Those are two hard and fast, hard rules that you gotta know when dealing with this particular dom. Fair enough. You know, had me caged for this one. Not in like a dog cage, but who here is familiar with chastity? There you go. We'll just leave that at that. No whoop for Kai. Let's just put it that way. Does a quick inspection. Checks the package, spin it around. Let me see the plug. That sort of thing. Zippy! Thank you for the sub, Zippy. He's like, well, let's go upstairs. Follow him. I won't give you guys, like, I don't need to fill in the gaps. You guys know the deal, like, you know, the sirs and how you follow and that sort of stuff, right? I don't need all the superlatives. Go upstairs, and he turns, as like, you know, get to the door for the doorway, and he grins. Yeah, we're doing a capitalism. We're doing a gamified capitalism, apparently. He grins, and he's got the sling set up. And he looks at me, and he's like, "You surprised?" I'm like, "No, sir." Dude, really? I'm like, "Yeah, there's a limited thing. There's a limited set of reasons you would have me do a full clean out." I'm like, and if you just wanted to fuck me, or you just wanted to shove a plug in me, like, that's not a reason to. I'm like, I was pretty certain where this was headed. He's like, "You're a little too smart for your own good." I'm like, yep. He's got everything set up. In fact, he's old school, right? I look down, there's a brick about this big, wrapped in aluminum foil. Now, I want to ask, who can figure out what was in that? Because I'll tell you, it's a consumer product that you can go to the store and buy that will come in foil. And it's about yay big. Sometimes it comes in tins. You can buy it in a sort of container as well. Caboose, I love how wholesome you are. Fucking wet wipes. No, not dog treats either. Hellfire chocolate? Yeah, wouldn't that be great? I love that I'm just sort of the elder Degen, and that I gotta catch you kids up. He's old school, right? Like, the new generations would use Beasticle is close. Beasticle is fucking close. It's Crisco. It's Crisco. Yep. The new kids would use something like an emulsified powder that gets rehydrated. Yeah, Beast was pretty fucking close. J Miles, I'll have to get back to it. I'm middle of a thing. I'll scroll back. So I know what it is as soon as I see it, right? Like, there's a sling up, which, by the way, high quality sling. Like, $1,000 sling, not fucking around. Top quality leather, top quality metal work, high end sling. Like, for real. Like, there's $1,000 sling if it's $1 at all. It's a container with warm water, which I learned later it was warm. There's a little plastic container of water. There's a razor sitting inside of it. He's going to make sure that I am perfectly smooth for this endeavor. He turns around. He's like, "You got your poppers?" I'm like, "Yep." He's like, "Well, let's get you in the sling." So, get in the sling. He's got a specialty stool, basically, for getting in the right position. And he explained to me how the stool was a new acquisition, because normally he'd use like a computer or a desk chair to get there, but he said it's too low, so I get the correct height with this. So he just added the stool to the collection, as it were. Up and in I go. Get positioned, get comfortable. It's a woven leather sling. Straps about yay wide, interlaced. And on top of that, he puts like a changing pad, or like a sort of a bed liner pad that you would use for Frackle. Thank you for the gift subs, Frackle. Who got him? Rye and Relic. Congratulations, guys. Cupcake, I am facing up. So if this is you, right? You're like this. You're in the sling. And the legs go up to the sides, like you literally, and there are straps. There's leather straps that you put your foot through that support you at the ankle, that get hooked up there as well. And so you just sort of, all right. There's a very nice pillow. Like I actually stated, I'm like, the pillow is what gave away the value, like the quality of this. So the metal work, you can see the good job they did on the seams. Puka, thank you for the biddies. And then the pillow is actually like a quality pillow. Like I've been in a few slings, right? And so, you know, he's like, get comfortable. No. So like at the gyno's office, you'd sort of like be in stirrups like this, right? Feet go in the stirrups and you spread, right? In a sling, you're elevated, right? So this is, imagine if the stirrups came up to like 2.5 feet above your head, right? Because you're essentially laying slightly on a declination, right? Your head is slightly lower than your ass, and then your feet are up, right? Whereas like in the gyno, you're sort of like, you know, you're sort of in the same region of positioning. Yeah, they're up. Yeah, your legs are up and spread. Like that's how you're positioned in a sling like that. In this instance, Beasticle, the arms were free. There is ability to bind them, but given what we were going to engage in, and given it was the first time, he saw it fit not to do that sort of thing. As he put it multiple times during the activity that I'll be slightly describing. We're not going to get too much into the vivid details, so that's not really streamable. He's still trying to get a read on me, so he can figure out like exactly like, you know, the nuances of my body and my personality and that sort of thing. So yeah, he did not restrain me in this instance. Beast, he's old guard trained, right? Like he's old guard trained. This is old school. This is the crew that basically figured out how to do BDSM safely and effectively in this country. Like, yeah, like the knowledge that he's the recipient of was, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Puka, a lot of sinning. Legs up, spread. He's like, let me go refresh this water. And of course, like I hear the after he comes back, I hear the and I start giggling. I'm like, is that like some old school fucking like shaving cream shit? He's like, yeah. I'm like, is it Barbasol? He's like, no, it's not Barbasol. And he fucking smacks me on the ass. I'm like, just trying to see. I'm like, that's just fucking brain what they're like, you fucking old motherfucker. Right? Like, I'm like, is this some Barbasol shit you're fucking using? Constantly just kind of poking him about his age. He cleans it all up, right? Like just any amount of fur, any amount of hair, right? Anything that could possibly become involved in this process is removed, and would inhibit easy cleanup, right? It's clever. It's your foresight in multiple directions, not just for play but post play. All right. Plus, you know, at this point, your body is turned over to this individual, right? If he wants to, like, if he wanted to sit there and fucking shave me, basically, it's you know, it's his prerogative to shave me. He finishes, and he's like, okay, just give me a sec, and he reaches down, and shortly thereafter, I feel an object pushing. Let's say tapping at the back door. It's number 4. And he's like, you know, relax. I'm like, it's actually difficult in this sort of position. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah, and I needed to get my ass up a little bit more, right? I needed to reposition to truly relax. It was an odd fucking position, and at the end of the session, we actually reoriented and fucking rechained the sling for me, right? Like the position that I wanted it to be in. So next time, foreshadowing. He gets number 4 in me, which is, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. Like, I wish I could show it to you, but like, all right, so about the same diameter. About the same diameter. At the bulb. At the bulb. At the neck, it's smaller. But going in, it's an intense experience. And then it presses up against the prostate. Like it literally is like, what's up, bitch? All right? It's right there. He goes off to clean up the razor and the stuff. And oh, Zippy, you have no idea at this point. He's like, you just, you know, he slaps it, which is inexperience. And he's like, just let that loosen up a bit. Goes off to clean up the shaving gear and stuff like that. It's at this point that I take the opportunity to take a few photos, because the entire wall is mirrored. Like it's there's mirrors on the wall. So, you know, might as well get evidence, right? I've actually gotten, every time, like, yeah, like I take photos. I want to see it. Guys, dudes are visual. Dudes are visual. I want evidence. Not the ceiling zipping, no. Try to get some photos. Look good too, by the way. Look good. It's fucking hot as hell. He comes back eventually. The first question he asks, he's like, so how's that feel? I said, it feels like I need to take a giant shit, sir. And he has a good giggle. I'm just trying to figure out how to censor some of this to make it broadcastable. Upon removal, instead of like the normal Like, if you take it out, you just sort of take it out, right? Just, he pauses. He uses pressure. He pulls, but uses forward pressure as well to hold it at the bulb. Now, keep in mind, these are medical grade silicone, so they're compressible. They're squishy. They're squishy. So while it may be this territory, it literally will come in on itself, right? To a certain extent, whether holds it there for a while, just letting everything sort of breathe, relax, right? Like it's a process. Gets it out, and this is where other prep starts. On go the black nitrile gloves, the kind that you'd see a car mechanic wear. The non-tearable, like the not easy tear black nitrile gloves. Like, I'm going to be working on a fucking car type that, like, tools could tear these if they were a normal nitrile glove type glove, right? And, yeah, correct. The process begins. He does not have small hands. He has big hands. That's yeah. Like, this isn't a dude who has, like, dainty hands. This is a dude with big fucking meaty hands. The taste. Look, this is as far as I'll take you. This is as far as I'll take you. If you understand anatomy, these didn't actually make it all the way in. Right? Just because you get to about there doesn't mean you're all the way in. It needs to go to about there for these to have cleared the entire process. Finish up, clean up, go to the shower. He lets me use his shower, which he's got a guest shower, but he's let me use his shower. Clean all the Crisco out because there is a significant amount left behind. And it's not water soluble. So, you know, chunks. And no, Zippy, actually, no. It's a little tender. Like, I can feel slight, like, there's been activity there, like, for sure, but no. He was surprised with, given my lack of experience in this particular arena, how effective I was. In his opinion, 2, maybe 3 sessions, and he'd be just able to just. So I clean up his entire shower, towel it all down, because I know this dude. No, Beast, they weren't. I hopped out, like, when it was time to get out of the sling, right? He was like, okay, let me put the stool here so you can, all right, let me guide your feet down. He was super careful about it all. He really is. He's old school as shit, and he's really good at what he does. And, you know, no matter how many sessions I get or don't get with him, just getting experience with that level of, that level experience, you know, it's shit you take to your grave. You know, whether you pass it on, it's just, you know, it's like getting to play baseball with, like, a professional baseball player, right? It's that kind of shit. it's as far as like sexual degeneracy goes, getting an actual old guard trained dom is not something most people get access to, and the fact that I get even a single session with him is amazing. So yeah, he by the ankles, and here, let me put it, but I reach up and grab the fucking frame and literally just like lift myself and hop out of the hey burner, hop out of the sling, right, and just thump and on the ground, right. He's like, oh. I'm like, yeah, that stool is too, like, it's good. He's like, so stool getting in, no stool getting out. I'm like, yeah. I know. Zippy. It's called aftercare, and it's a very important thing. Aftercare fucking matters. There's a chemical cascade and a psychology to what's happening. And if you just remain brutal afterwards, it causes a negative pattern. You don't want that. You do not want that. So there's very much, it's a switch. And so, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Beast. If your dom doesn't respect aftercare, just get a new fucking dom. That's just how it goes. So, yeah. I wipe down a shower. Like, before I even towel myself off, I'm toweling the shower down because I know this dude. Like, I've already got him pegged. I know how he rolls. And so and then I towel myself down and I go out, and he's cleaning some tools, shall we say, up. And I'm like, I'm folding the towel, and I'm like, here, sir. And hold on. There we go. And I said, I hand him the towel. I'm like, I wiped down your shower. He's like, I was wondering why it was so wet. And he's like, why'd you do that? I said, because you're the type of person who would wipe down your shower. So I respect your way of doing things, sir. And yeah, Cat, it's a thing, but it's not something. It's super rare. And I'm like, because I know you're the type of person to wipe down your shower. He said, yeah. He had a chuckle, and he goes, I squeegee it and then wipe it down. I'm like, yeah, I know. He's like, how do you know? I'm like, that's the type of person you are. That's just who you are. I already know. I said, you're the type of person who literally hand dries dishes out of a dishwasher rather than letting a dry cycle happen. I said, I watched you, sir, re-wet the drip tray because there was a single water spot on the metal drip tray for your coffee maker, and then towel dry it again. He goes, you caught all of that. I said, I observed every motion you made while you were doing that, sir. And he just had this moment. He just shook his head, and he just pats me on the ass. He goes, you're a little too good at this. I'm like, yeah, I am. Good memory combined with observation skills combined with an understanding of psychology makes a very good sub. Like, I've got you pegged, bro. Like, I already know how to like manipulate, right? Remember we talked about this the other day, like right yesterday. Fucking all of the power lies with the bottom. All of the power lies with the sub, right? Like that's how the dynamic is actually set up. And so it's like, yeah, dude, I already got you, right? Like, I already know what I'm doing here. So we go downstairs, and I'm standing there, and we put some stuff away, and we've still got time, right? We've got plenty of time. And he's like, well, if you're confident in how you cleaned up, just feel free to have a seat on of course, the ottoman in front of him, not on furniture proper. He said, but if not, I'll get you a towel. I said, I reach back, and I can still feel some grease. I'm like, towel, sir. Yeah, with her. So we sit down, and we start talking, because I know what gets this dude off. He has had a life filled of subs and bottoms that are the please, sir, fuck me, sir. Please, sir, just fuck me, sir, please. And give like a blowjob, but then like 2 minutes in, they're working the hand sort of type, right? This is a dude who appreciates a couple of things: precision, specificity, intelligence, and completion. So knowing that, we start talking. And we, of course, end up on politics. Right? All right. You're in my house now. Right? You're literally in my house. Oh. Yeah. Like, Kat, it was fine. It was fine. It was more than fine. It was more than fine. Like, I fucking dance for me. Yeah. I gave him a poli-sci and philosophical and analytical set of tools. I taught him how to look at the world differently in that moment. I'm not kidding you. I literally shifted his perspective on historical and global government styles, on how people can vote against or talk against their own, like log cabin Republicans. How can you be gay? How can you be affiliated with a party that is constantly trying to make you a second-class citizen? How can you vote for these people? I said, do you really want to know, sir? He's like, yes. I said, because this is what I do. I can answer these questions for you. He's like, please do. So I embodied a fucking log cabin Republican for a second. I explained to him the psychology behind it. I explained to him the reprioritization of value sets. I explained to him the fact that all governments are oligarchies. I explained to him the anarchistic philosophical lens of analysis and how to utilize it. Right? Like, I gave him the fucking tools and I showed him off in the process. I'm like, this is what these tools can do for you when you understand them, when you can use them, when you're proficient with them. And yeah, I fucking basically Caboose, yeah. Like, yeah. He's like, I've never thought, like, when I did the oligarchy screed about how all governments, I said basically there's notable exceptions. I said, like the Anarchistic Republic of Kospaya. I said, but you show me a major government and I'll show you an oligarchy. I said, I don't care if you show me one with parliamentarian aesthetics or constitutional monarchistic aesthetics or aesthetics of democracy. I don't care. I said, you show me a government and I will show you an oligarchy. Tell me where the rich and powerful weren't actually manipulating the system and where they weren't ruling from behind the scenes. He's like, I've never thought of it that way. I said, yeah, all governments have been oligarchies for all intents and purposes. I said, that's the way it's always been. I said, and so, yeah, fucking, I was laying it on. I was fucking laying it on. Right? Like, this dude just had his fucking, like, hand inside me 30 minutes ago. Right? And now I'm sitting there fucking just tickling his brain. Right? Like, I know he gets off on the image too, right? Like, he's told me before, like, this inflicting a certain amount of pain and taking a sub up to the threshold and then seeing if you can push the threshold a little bit and then backing off. And that sort of riding the line of pain and pleasure is one of the things that gets him off. And another thing is being with a sub who can have an equal conversation with him. This is a dude who's got, like, degrees in chemistry and radiophysics, right? It's rare somebody keeps up. It's rare somebody keeps up. And it's probably even rarer when somebody shows him something he's never seen before. That's what I did tonight. Did y'all have a good night? Degen story time with Kai. Thank you, Zippy. Like I said, I'm a little sore. I'm a little sore, but nothing on the order of magnitude that I'm sure many of you would expect. So, I'm good. It was okay. Oh, duly noted. You made burritos. I came home and I made some tuna salad and some refried black beans with some chopped onion and cilantro. And very quickly split it in half basically. I'll have half after the stream, but just fucking chowed down. And then jumped on the air. No, it's an interesting night. It's an interesting night. There's other ways to spend your night. While we were wrapping up upstairs, he says, just so you know, I will never do both. I will never fuck and fist in the same night. He's like, that's just not something I do. I'm like, okay, no worries. And of course, at that point, I just sort of played with him a little bit. I'm like, oh, but please, sir, fuck me. Because he said before that, he starts, a scene with somebody and part way through, a third of the way through, they can't do it anymore, so they start begging to be fucked because they want it to be over. And so I was just playing with him a little bit. But, yeah, so it looks like for the next few weeks, we're going to be doing some size training. Yeah. Made grilled salmon and sweet potato fries, and then I forgot to write down how many calories that was. Caboose! That's not too many calories, though. How did you make the sweet potato fries, Caboose? Did you bake them, I presume? I hope. Cool. Well, then, yeah, that's not too many. I had a BLT for supper and watched a few horror movies. What'd you watch, Puka? And fajita. You about to have a fajita? Whether getting a fajita? Cool. What's in your fajita? What kind of fajita are you having? I'm killing Cat's soul right now. My face when losing weight by just moving more and eating slightly more clean than usual. Yeah, it's not that difficult, is it, Cat? That's why I don't. That's why I'm just. I'm terrible with fucking people like that crew, right? It's difficult to. No, it's not. It's calories in, calories out, right? It's fucking physics and math at the end of the day. It's not, unless you have a genetic disorder or a thyroid condition or some sort of other medical hindrance or disability. The fact of the matter is all weight loss or weight gain is physics and math. Watched, that's how I'm pronouncing it from now on, Amorous. Yeah, 100%. That's an accurate Spanish pronunciation of fajita. Suspector, fuck you, Cat. I watched It Chapter 2 and The Thing, the original Thing, Puka, OG Thing. Running downstairs. It will be chicken. Cool. Good on you, Wither. Or on weird medication. Yeah, like I said, anything that will affect the underlying metabolic processes, cool. Exemption. But the fact of the matter is still, if we could pin down all of the variables, then also it's still at the end of the day calories in, calories out. OG Thing. All right, rock on. Some amazing practical effects from the original. I mean, move more, eat less. This is literally, hi, welcome. My name's Kai. This is my diet program for weight loss. Move more, eat less. Money, please. That's it. That's the entire thing. right? That'll be $49.95 a month. Arcade Hardware, thank you for the follow. I say weight loss methods usually just cash ropes. They are, as evidenced by what I just did. Are you a basketball hoop? Because every time I see you, I want to duck my balls in you. Hot. Dude, I'd let you. I'd let you. Yeah. I also nearly smoked out my kitchen because I might have used too much olive oil and it dripped into the oven's heating element. Somehow it didn't set off my notoriously oversensitive smoke detector. Yeah, I've got one in the hallway caboose, or like off of the main, sort of like away from the living room, but by the, like above the library, actually. It's in the same sort of library area in my house. That is so weird and touchy. Are you into bodybuilders, like chunky man tank types? I'm a relic. I'm into dudes. Right? I can see the appeal in just about all of them. Older and not too much younger, right? Like I'm sorry, I don't have a use for anybody under the age of 25, 28. Right? Like just send me a picture. Just stand there and look pretty. That's the use for basically like 18 to 25 in my book, is like go look pretty. But like beyond that, yeah, like I'm into dudes. I've been with skinny dudes, I've been with fat dudes, I've been with old dudes, I've been young dudes, I've been with hairy dudes, I've been with smooth dudes, I've been with aggressive dudes, I've been with effeminate dudes, I've been with super masculine dudes, I've been with just fucking, I'm into dudes. Yeah. Hey, Pity. Hey, good night. Sleep well, Pity. My specific form of wiggling the body triples weight loss. Exactly. My smoke detector is one of those weird old school types that uses, the radioactive element. Yeah. Americium, or Americium. I forget. It's named after America, the radioisotope that those use. Either way. It's a giant metal thing in the middle of a big scary looking radiation hazard warning taped on it. Yeah. So what you're saying is you're into dudes. Yeah, something like that. Correct. Something like that. Have you been with the embodiment of meta-hedonism that rebels against our reality? Cat. I mean, I have it, define. Kai's version of heaven, a dude ranch where dudes are grown in commercial quantities. My idea of heaven, I can't. My idea of heaven is essentially endless dudes in a sphincter that never wears out. just never ending. Oh, and a library, right? I want a never ending line of dudes and an ass that can just take it forever in like a university library with a pot farm outside. There's my heaven. Some pothead who ironically ascribes to soulism. No. And no, I haven't been with you, Cat, either. No. No one, no, I what if all those dudes were Ted Cruz? Would that be hell? I don't know. I'd have to see what Ted Cruz is packing. You'd be surprised what I can work with. Yeah, basically, Gemma. Yeah, and a good joint from time to time, like a good, a good toke. Yeah. That's. So you want to study in Canada, basically. I was just trying to think. No, I want American dudes. And by American, I mean like modern melting pot American, right? Too much ethno state white-ishness going up in Canada, right? Too many white dudes. Too many white dudes. I want it all, right? Some subcontinent, some Middle Eastern, African. I suppose we could throw an Asian in the mix from time to time. I like the Filipinos. They're cute. Right? Like, but I want the not to mention too much apologizing. Yeah, like I want the melting pot cauldron, right? I want all of it. Right? Throw everybody at me. It's a good time. Everybody brings their own flavor to the table. Hunter Biden has 9.5 from what I hear, guy. Yeah, no, Hunter Biden's packing. That fucking video, like, Hunter Biden's packing. Dude's got a big dick. Yeah. He likes to bang, like, he likes to smoke crack and bang sex workers, and he's got a massive schlong. I mean, I'm just saying, like, Hunter Biden seems like I'd hang out with Hunter Biden. Right? Like, I would hang out with Hunter Biden, for sure. That dude's got good stories. That dude's got good stories. You know this. And he's down for some sketchy ass shit. Right? Like, it's not going to be, the conversation's not going to be like, oh, guys, we probably shouldn't do that. That might be illegal. Fucking Hunter is going to be like already on the fucking phone. Hang on, I got a guy. Just give me a sec. Yeah. No. I want all of all right. There's 7 coming over, and yeah, send the stuff too, of course. Yeah, we'll have some stuff too. Right? Like, he's already gonna be on the fucking phone with this dude setting that shit up. Fucking, yeah, like, Hunter's down. I'd fucking hang with Hunter Biden. His dad seems boring as fuck, but Hunter, on the other hand, yeah, he can like, exactly, let's party, right? Like, let's do this shit. New definition for riding with Biden. Yeah. Yep. I 100%. Yeah. Biden seems cool. Like, no, Hunter seems cool. Good old fucking Joe seems boring as fuck. But I wonder what the other son was like. I think all right, not to speak ill of the dead. The other son seems boring. The other son seemed like he was doing the whole forgotten country thing. Right? Following in the old man's footsteps. If he had made it out of the war alive, he probably would have become a politician and done that route. It seems like Hunter's the brother that I would have enjoyed. Like, yeah, if I were hanging out with, like, if I grew up with, like, the Hunter son, the Biden sons, I'd be hanging with Hunter, not the other one. I don't even know the other one's name. The one who died as a soldier. Yeah, Puka. Like, the other one died in service. Yeah, hanging with Hunter. Yeah, exactly. Like, the other one died, he died as a soldier or some shit. Like, into cancer, maybe? I forget what took him. But, yeah. Hunter's more my speed. Brain cancer. Yeah, okay, correct. Yeah. He cancer. I'm like, yeah, maybe cancer or something. But Bo, yes, his name was Bo. Hunter. Right? Hey guys, we're gonna go hang out with Bo. Hey dudes, we're gonna go hang out with Hunter. Yeah, this one feels right. Just trying to figure out how to spell his name. No. Like B-O, no, B-O, no, B-U, it's a stupid spelling. Yeah, for sure. I mean, who wouldn't? No, exactly. Yeah, no, I could see that process, like, in my head, like, yeah, I fucking, P, is it B-O-U-G-H? No, that's bow. Lana, I don't know. I have no idea if Joe had a daughter that died young. I don't know that one. I don't know a shit ton about Joe Biden. His biographical information. Right? So I can't tell you that. First wife and daughter. Okay, so yes, Zippy and Hellfire here are like sort of backing this up. Died in a car crash. Dude, he's had, okay, this is gonna sound terrible. He's had really bad luck with kids. Like, this is rough. Like, I'm not poking fun at him. Like, that's just, yeah, exactly. What eldritch god did fucking Biden piss off? Right? Like, yeah, like, what the fuck, man? This is a pretty fucked track record. This is like a Keanu Reeves level track record. Right? Y'all know the deal with, like, Keanu Reeves, right? It's just a fucking tragedy after tragedy. Right? Like, the fact that that man is as well-adjusted and a beautiful human being by all accounts is quite a thing. The driver who killed the wife and daughter has sued him for lying about it, claiming the dude was drunk driving when the guy wasn't drunk, I guess. Great. Sure, yeah. I've ran into your wife and daughter's car and killed them, but I wasn't drunk when I did it. Is that worse or better? Because that feels worse. That feels worse. Like, yeah, the personal responsibility thing. Like, you shouldn't be, you know, drunk driving, and that's a horrible, horrible, horrible thing to do. But at least it makes sense. You just are such a shitty driver that you killed some dude's fucking wife and daughter? Like, that's, yeah, right, Beast? Like, I'd rather just claim drunk. Right? That feels like worse. That feels worse. Like, how dare you say I was drunk? I'm just a horrible human being and a shitty driver who should have never been given a driver's license. That's way worse. Hey, Civic. You ruined my life by saying I was drunk when I killed those women. Give me millions. Yeah, right? Like, that's worse. That's what, especially since he sued him over it. That's way worse. Right? That's way worse, right? Like, I know I killed your wife and your, like, young child, your daughter, right? Like, I know I did that and all, but how dare you say that maybe I was just, you know, in a bad place and drunk rather than the absolute shit driver that I am. That's, yeah, I'd go with drunk on this one if I were him. Yeah, that instinctively feels worse. Biden and driver in Biden crash wanted name cleared. Just a week before Christmas, 1972. This is fucking, what eldritch god did he piss off? What fucking witch did he insult? Like, sincerely, what the fuck, man? This is fucked. This is amazing. Who did this guy piss off? Just a week before Christmas, 1972, the wife of newly elected Senator Joe Biden and the couple's baby daughter, it's a fucking baby, were killed, and their two sons badly injured when the Biden family car was broadsided by a truck at an intersection. So they fucking T-boned him. The truck driver, Curtis Dunn, was never charged in the crash, but his daughter, Pam Hamill, says he too suffered. He grieved over that. He was haunted and was tormented for that by years. I would be too, right? Dunn died in 1999, but since then, his family has endured widespread rumors and reports that he had been drinking just before the collision. At least twice, Biden himself has made public reference to alcohol being involved in the crash. In 2007, Biden said the truck driver allegedly drank his lunch. And multiple news outlets, including CBS News, have reported that Dunn was drunk. This is CBS News reporting this now, by the way. Hamill disputes that, saying that her dad had not been drinking. The truth is, it was a tragic accident. No alcohol was involved. He T-boned him at an intersection. There's at least negligence there. Right? Like, if they had the right of way and he T-boned them, then clearly he was full-time inattention, negligence, something, right? Like, what the fuck happened? I'd love to see the police reports on this, actually. Kai says this, I'd love to see the police reports on this. The police reports have been lost. But Delaware Judge Jerome Hurley, who investigated the crash, supports Hamill's claim. He told CBS News there was no indication that the truck driver had been drinking. And last fall, a spokesman for Biden said that the senator was, quote, fully accepts the Dunn's family word that these rumors were false. Now Pam Hamill simply wants the record to be cleared and her father's reputation restored. Quote, he was a good, hardworking man and wonderful father, who also was a shit driver, apparently. Maybe Zippy. Why wouldn't you come out and fucking say that, though? Why wouldn't you fucking come out and say, well, male ego, hardworking American, downtrodden male ego, probably. I could see, you know, that's admitting to weakness. That's admitting that, like, you know, your job was getting you down, and it might, yeah, I could see why you wouldn't do that. He's a good man. He only killed a few people. Hey, look. He didn't kill a few people. Well, he killed a couple, right? He killed a mother and a newborn baby, right? Like, okay, so, you know, not newborn, but, you know, so he killed a mother and a baby. He's a good man. Yeah, that dude, that's just a fuck story. Yeah, he wasn't texting and driving. Like, fucking, what is it? Like, there's a limited set of options. Either it's negligence or it's, you know, the system put upon. Because 1999, right? That's long before, like, GPS and, like, the modern tracking systems that trucking companies and logistics companies use to maintain the sort of the road safety time and standards that they adhere to. So, like, he could have been on a fucking, like, his third 18-hour shift for all we know. So, yeah, we don't know. Jesus Christ, though. That's a fucking story. That's a fucking story. And, yeah, it just really does feel like he pissed some god off. Yeah, oh god. He was afterbirth though, so okay for the pro-lifers. All right. Let's do some. Oh, sorry. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this one's fun. This one's fun. Because we talked about this like last week before. We'll start light. So, all right, this shit. The colorist, Gabe Iltabe, has resigned over this. Let's see if I can find the quote. Okay, so I'm pull it from the fucking headline. Screw all this, right? This is the quote. I'm finishing my contract with DC. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of them ruining these characters. They don't have the right to do this. Says the colorist about the IP owned exclusively by DC Comics. Oh, yeah, Civic, yes. Very much yes. Some people get angry, some people get sad, some people like have physiological effects, like he'll get cold easier because of the metabolic processes, right? Like, oh yeah, it's a thing. It's very much a thing. Yeah, that's super normal. especially if he's used to a higher calorie diet. Like, as you said, he's going into weight loss surgery. If he's used to like a high test caloric diet, and he has he's cut cold turkey for surgical prep, because chances are he's had to do a full gastro flush, right? Like, he had to do the full gastric flush for that, which means he is, totally normal. Totally normal. Best thing you can do. Let's see. He woke up crying. Yeah, best thing you can do is just assure him, like, one, be there. Be there for him, but also assure him that it's not like it's nothing innate. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Like, this isn't scary and different. This is to be expected. Don't worry about it. This will pass. Like, it will literally pass. And as the body goes into sort of a starvation mode of sorts, and it starts metabolizing its fat reserves and some of its own protein reserves, he will actually end up feeling better. The early stages of this sort of fasting that he's going through are very rough. But it will actually pull up out of the nosedive, and it will get better. And so make sure he knows that like this is not depression. This is not some weird psychological phenomenon that is misunderstood. This is just the fact that his body is not getting the carbs and the protein that it has expected and grown used to over a lifetime. And this is how the human body reacts. It doesn't like this sort of thing. It will get better. Angry is a real fucking thing. Yeah, exactly, Beasticle. The colorist on this has actually quit. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of them ruining these characters. They don't have the right to do this. Except they do. And they did. So, yeah, good luck. Fuck off. So, you ready to get your rage heart on? Right? Y'all ready to get a nice strong rage boner going? Oh, this is going to get a lot better. This is going to get a lot better. Trust me. Immediately you're like, oh, a fucking cop shot the... okay, right? This is going to get good, right? One, here's the cop. Okay, so you were expecting something. You didn't get what you were expecting. All right. An obsessed off-duty NYPD officer who laid in wait for her former girlfriend before going on a deadly shooting spree was ordered held without bail Monday pending an exam to determine if she understands murder and assault charges against her. They're holding her for a 7:30. Okay, the 7:30 is the competency mental examination. It's whether you're mentally fit to stand trial, right? This is a cop who carried a gun, who was empowered to shoot people and arrest people on behalf of the state. And they're saying that she needs a 7:30, right? Is she actually mentally fit to stand trial? Motherfucker. There's two options here. One, she's actually mentally unfit and she was a cop. Or two, what the fuck, Judge? Right? Like, this is your option. Are you protecting her? Or are you giving guns to fucking people who are mentally unfit to stand trial, let alone carry out the responsibilities of a police officer? Either way, holy shit, man. Why does an anarchist... Okay, that's not the proper form of that word, and the fact that you just butchered it to that degree also makes me suspicious. Why does an anarchistical world system not exist? Because it's not how they operate. Anarchism is about a bottom-up grassroots consensus decision-making process that utilizes a hierarchical organizational modality or a horizontal one. You're looking for a vertically integrated multinational system. You're looking for neoliberalism. So why does a non-globalist global system not exist? Why does a unified system of... Look, you see where I'm headed with this? You're literally looking for a misnomer. You're looking for antithetical terms. I love anarchistical. Can we keep it? Amorous, if you want to keep it, you're going to have to take care of it. Amorous. Look, you're going to have to feed it and water it and clean up after it. But if you want to keep it, Amorous, it's your responsibility. But yes, we can keep anarchistical. I'm busy. Let it die. I'm still that cop one is fucking hilarious. Here's a good headline for you. I know you queers. Rachel Levine, openly transgendered health official, sworn in as a 4-star admiral in the Public Health Service. She was the U.S. Assistant Secretary for Health and is officially sworn in Tuesday as Admiral of the U.S. Public Health Service Commissioned Corps, a 6,000-person force that responds to health crises on behalf of the federal government, including administering vaccines and delivering care after hurricanes. For organization's first ever female 4-star admiral and trans. You mean, Civic, that's the British anti-trans group, right? It's the trans go your own way crew. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yes, Wither, the USPHS is a group of like commissioned, they're uniformed branch. They're a branch actually dedicated to the service of health. They are a commissioned branch, commissioned uniformed branch within our government. They spread across multiple agencies, but physicians, nurses, dentists, veterinarians, engineers, various other like types. But yeah, they're an actual uniformed branch, and they have like 6,000 officers. Yeah, Civic. Yeah, so it's the anti-trans fucking. They're the British crew. Yeah, I know who they are. Any thoughts on system and leaders and human rights in North Korea, in NK North Korea North? Yeah, here are my thoughts. Juche is fucking stupid. Monarchies are fucking stupid. Dictators are fucking stupid. Not to mention the ethical and the meta-ethical ramifications of those sorts of systems of operation. The starvation caused alone by blah, 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 blah. Bad. North Korea, not good. Okay? Not a way to run shit. Right? That's not a great way to run shit. There's my thoughts. Like, don't put a dynasty in place. I don't care if you're talking about a political class dynasty in a neoliberal system, or whether you're talking about a monarchical dynasty in Britain or in North Korea. Don't do it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but they have 0 COVID cases. Yeah, I'm sure they do. China only has about 1 a week now. Yeah. That's according to the Chinese self-reported government statistics. They only have about 1 COVID case a week. So, totally trustworthy statistics there. Dictatorships. We investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. Hey, that sounds familiar. I think I knew a cop one time who said that. Anyway. So many flavors of bullshit. Yes, Wither. So many flavors of bullshit. I'm not entirely sure. I heard many LGBT people are not even pro-A, but what do I know? I don't know what you were going there. Pro-trans, Lotta? I'm not entirely sure what you were trying to get at there. So here's a fun one. Keep that rage boner going, y'all. This is a fun one. I'm gonna read this one for you because this is a fun one. Attorneys for a disabled girl and her mother are demanding. I love the wording for this one. Oh, caboose. We've never actually gotten to see the drawing. That's part of the fun. Are demanding $500,000 in damages. No, actually what they're demanding is systemic changes, but they can't get them. So they said, then pay us, bitch. After police allegedly detained and handcuffed the girl, they did. At school before bringing her to the Pearl City Police Station. Lawyer Mateo Caballero, Jesus Christ, my Spanish is off today, and the ACLU sent the letter to the Honolulu Police Department and the Hawaii Department of Education Monday. It also calls for changes in the way police deal with incidents in schools after the 10-year-old, identified only as NB, was allegedly handcuffed with excessive force, falsely imprisoned, and discriminated against because she's black due to a dispute regarding an offensive drawing. Interesting. Mateo Cowboy. The incident occurred on January 10th, 2020. Tamara Taylor, the girl's mother, got a call from staff at Honolulu Elementary regarding an incident involving her daughter and another student. When Taylor arrived at the school, remember this gets better, an officer told her that the parent of another student insisted police be called in response to the incident, although the officer never explained the incident in question, according to the letter. Taylor eventually learned that her daughter took part in drawing an offensive sketch relating to the other student. According to the letter, the drawing was in response to bullying. There's not a history of schools and cops in this country punishing the victim who finally stands up for themselves, right? That's not a pattern that we could recognize. While Taylor spoke with Honolulu staff members and the police officers, her daughter was allegedly, in another room alone with police and Department of Education staff. So they sequestered a 10-year-old and questioned her without parents or representation there. Interesting. Just something to think about. Taylor had assumed that her daughter was in class until she heard a school staff member say, quote, "We have to let NB out of the room soon. She says she's cold and lonely." School staff then allegedly told Taylor that the parent of another student insisted the school call police and then barred her from leaving. Ms. Taylor then attempted to leave the room, but as she was exiting, she was approached by Hanawai's staff member with their hands up, telling her she could not leave. She was then escorted to another room to stay and wait. Ms. Taylor was then being detained. Two officers eventually told Taylor to follow them to the Pearl City police station shortly after she was informed that her daughter would be suspended for 2 days from school. Taylor asked why she was being told to go to the police department and was shocked to learn that's where her daughter was going. She then drove to the police department where authorities released her daughter to her after she had allegedly been in custody for 4 hours. I was stripped of my right as a parent, and my daughter was stripped of her right of protection and representation as a minor. There was no understanding of diversity, African American culture, and the presence of police involvement with the African American youth. My daughter and I are traumatized from these events, and sure there is no future for us at Hanawai Elementary. Through conversations with the school staff, Taylor learned that the drawing had been taken by a teacher on January 9th, and it was the parent of a third student who wanted to press charges, not the parent of the student who had initially received the drawing. In the wake of the incident, Taylor filled out paperwork to allow her daughter to transfer, of course, as she should, filed a complaint with the HPD against the 3 officers who have responded to the elementary school. Yeah, I don't touch links, especially from first-time viewers. Sorry. In the complaint, she said she had not been informed of the charges against her daughter and said that there was a lack of probable cause for the arrest. She also complained about being denied access to her daughter while the officers interrogated her without the mother present. The Professional Standards Office responded with a letter saying that it did not have sufficient evidence to sustain the charges made in the complaint. In response to the incident, Caballero and the ACLU sent a list of demands to the HPD and DOE to settle their claims against the city, the state, and their agents. The demands include a call for the DOE to adopt policies forbidding staff to call police to deal with a student unless the student presents an imminent threat of significant harm to someone, and to allow parents or legal guardians access to their children while while on property. Additionally, the letter demands the DOE adopt a policy requiring parents or guardians to be present whenever a minor student is questioned or interrogated by police about potentially criminal behavior, and requiring consultation with the school counselor before calling the police unless there's an emergency. Expungement, damages, blah, blah, blah. We're trying to avoid litigation. Here's a fun fact. Department of Education, and the DOE did not respond. The department, of course, is reviewing the letter and will work with Corporation Counsel to address allegations. The U.S. Department of Education data analyzed by the Center for Public Integrity showed that nearly 25% of all police referrals to schools in Hawaii are for children who are disabled. Why are a quarter of your police referrals disabled children? What kind of weird eugenics shit are you on about? This feels eugenics-y to me. Like, I'm just spitballing here. But I'm pretty sure, like, 25% of the children are not even disabled in their school system, right? Like, this is a disproportionate representation of a minority population. What kind of eugenics shit are y'all up to in Hawaii? That vibes eugenics-y to me. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, buddy. So, let's just keep it rolling. Keep that rage boner going. Don't come yet, kids. love that I called you kids in that sentence. That was fucking creepy, wasn't it? They can't get the cops to wear masks. This is just the vaccine mask shit all over again. This dude fucking told him to wear a mask. Right? He's on his way to work when he saw unmasked cops at his stop, so he pulled out his phone and started filming while asking them to comply with the rules and put on a face covering. Male officer was playing dumb, claimed he couldn't hear me. I kept asking him over and over, do you know it's illegal to not wear a mask? I kept asking him the same thing, and then he said, you're being disruptive, which I guess is their keyword for doing whatever they want if they declare you disruptive. Gilbert said the cops just snapped and ejected him out the platform gate. He just walked into me, grabbed me, pushed me. He said, grabbed me by the shirt and pushed me over to the emergency exit and slammed me through it and was yelling at me how if you're not going to ride the train, then you can get out. Hey, Viva. Okay, look, I'm gonna be a little ableist here. I'm gonna be a little ableist. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just gonna be a little ableist. Just allow me, please. Just allow me. Why are all cops overweight? Like, is there not a fitness exam? Like, do we not, like, make these fuckers run? Like, yeah, like all cops are overweight. Like I've yet to see, like, after initial hire, yeah. Krusty, there should be one, right? Like there's like how where's that fucking video? Right? Where's that fucking video of yeah, this guy. I love this guy, right? This guy. I adore this video.
I ain't moving. Don't tell me move because he fucking with this man for
chunky cops. Fucking chunky cops.
No reason. He said his name Deshaun. That man's name is not Deshaun. And he asking that man, do we want...
Gone.
Oh.
Foop. Foop.
Oh.
Foop. Camera up, motherfucker. Vote.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Just like this is the consequence of that fucking shit. Squiddy! Squiddy! How was your stream, Squiddy? We're just talking, we're just getting our fucking, like, our rage boners. Like, we're just keeping them up. We're just doing a whole bunch of cop headlines. So, you know, and yeah, I was just talking shit about how, like, why are all the cops pudgy as fuck, man? And then I showed the video of the fit athletic dude literally doing flips over fences and just running circles around these dumb fuckers, right? Like, can't have so many cops if you have a higher standard than other gangs. Hellfire, yeah, right? What's up, Maniac? Cardio is based. Rule 1, cardio. So like I said, I'm gonna keep this going. Don't fucking think you're gonna get out of this yet. All right? Like, we're just gonna fucking keep edging this shit. Why no 27 defensive shots in the back? I know, right, Viva? Police tased 20-year-old with severe autism multiple times. The ordeal started Saturday afternoon in a Eustis neighborhood Police Chief Craig Capri called it the perfect storm. Oh, yes. I'm sure. Well, Krusty, you're old as fuck, man. No, like, no offense, man, but you're old as fuck, bro. Like, the days of those cops are long gone, and you know it. Police got a call about a burglary in progress. The caller was scared, saying a man she did not know approached her, then allegedly tried to break into her house. I don't know if he was slamming it, but I heard the knob on the door shaking. Eustis police quickly found the man they were looking for. They yell multiple commands, and the man appears to be ignoring every one of them. Get on your stomach, dude, officers are heard saying in the body cam footage. I don't want to do it again. Get on your stomach, roll over, hands behind your back, put your hands behind your back. What they don't know is that 20-year-old Louis Grahey is a man diagnosed with severe autism. Hey, Deirdre. He cannot speak. According to his family, he has the mental capacity of a 4-year-old. He's over 6 feet tall and wears diapers. Everybody loves Lou. He's lovable. Everybody knows he ain't gonna hurt nobody, his mother Roberta Cruz said. Family members say Louis normally does not wander far from home, but on this day he did. Police used a stun gun on him. He barely reacted. When they did it again, it created confusion. Then even more confusion came when his family arrived on the scene. I seen my baby on the ground with tasers. One taser in the back of his neck, which is not where you're supposed to shoot a taser at. And on the side of his neck, his eardrum is bleeding. Capri said his officers were doing the best they could with the information they had. De-escalation was used here based on the knowledge they had at the time. Had they known this was a severely autistic person, I doubt any force would have been used. I call bullshit. I think they did everything right. It could have been a lot worse. Thank God it wasn't. See, we didn't kill him. We didn't kill the fucking the black autist, right? What the fuck are you guys getting all up in our shit about, right? Like, holy fuck, man. Just because the fucking okay, sure, we shot him in the neck a few times with a taser to the point where his ears are bleeding, but look, we didn't shoot him this time. Right? Look, what do you want from us? What do you want from us? This is a good outcome. You should thank us. You should thank us. Back the blue. Lou's mom, of course, disagrees and believes the police did everything wrong. She said her son now has neck damage and ear damage. He don't speak. I can't imagine. He can't even holler out and cry to tell him you're hurting him. If he went down when you tell him to, what's the next thing you're going to do? Shoot him? That's my worst nightmare, something happening to him. Cruz said her husband was released from the hospital early this morning and remains in a neck brace.
The details of this next story are tough to hear.
Yeah, shut up. Nobody cares about your opinion.
Stomach! Step it up!
Eustis police released this body
Exactly,
cam
Carpet.
video so you
Exactly.
can see their side of the story.
You had the perfect storm.
The mother of Louis Grahey agreed to go on camera so she could tell her son's side of the story in progress.
I don't know if he was slamming.
They know is he's ignoring every man they're looking for.
All right, you can shut the fuck up trying to couch their actions.
Know is he's
Get on your stomach, dude! Get on your stomach! I don't want to do it again!
What they don't know is that 20-year-old Louis Grahey is a man diagnosed with severe autism, cannot speak, according to his family.
You know how we talk about a lot, you know, the like Kai's firearms training and that sort of stuff? Shot placement. You had his entire torso. He was just sitting there. And you managed to hit his neck. Which tells me you were aiming at his head. Here's my issue. Yeah. They fucking tasered him with a they headshotted him with a taser. They didn't know they had the taser in their hand. Right? Like, I'm sure they consciously chose to taser. What I'm saying is that their muscle memory, what they've trained for, put that shot on the head. That's what happened. Their limited range training put that shot right at his head, which tells me if they had to fire a round, they would just go for a headshot, which again is terrible practice. 2 shots to the body, 1 to the head. This is what most people train on, right? Because it's difficult to hit a headshot. Center mass, folks. You just pop. Then you reevaluate. And then if you can, you land a headshot if it's still a threat, right? Shot to incapacitate, do not shoot to kill. This motherfucker showed clear evidence that they shot to kill. The only difference was they happened to be holding a taser at the time.
He has the mental capacity of a 4 feet tall and wears diapers.
Everybody loves Luke. He's lovable.
Hands behind your back.
Gnome, never. They will never say that. That is legal culpability that nobody wants. So what you say, the actual phrase is, I shot to incapacitate. That's what you say. You do not stray from that line ever. If you're ever involved in a personal defense issue, look, this is not legal advice. Hashtag not a lawyer, all right? Does not consult an attorney, consult a local expert. Never say those words. Never. You shoot to incapacitate. I continued to utilize my firearm until I felt I was no longer in immediate danger, or that the individual was no longer an immediate threat. Never. Even the cops, when they go to court, they will not say that.
Put your hands behind your back.
Lewis normally does not wander far from home, but on this day he did. Police tase him. He barely reacts. They tase him again. There's confusion.
So my dad, who occasionally does tech work for a local race coordinator, did a race in LA a couple of years ago for the LAPD. Well, nothing happened. Dad got along well with the chief of police. Anyway, they wanted to do another race this year, but they couldn't get in contact with the LAPD chief. Turns out the chief had been arrested for raping his 14-year-old niece. That's Caboose's story there.
Put your hands behind your back.
Then more confusion when the family gets to the scene.
Okay, we got a call about him breaking into someone's house. No. So that's where we're at right now.
And I see my baby on the ground with one taser in the back of his neck.
Eustis Police Chief Craig Capri says his officers were doing the best.
The escalation was used here based on the knowledge they had at the time.
Why is he wearing a vest? What kind of fucking weirdo fucking, like, dress-up party is this dumb motherfucker think he's going to? Why is he doing a fucking interview in a conference room with a goddamn vest on? These fuckers are just LARPing.
Capri says his officers were doing the best they could with the information they had.
The escalation was used here based on the knowledge they had at the time. Had they known this was a severely autistic person, I doubt any force would have been used. I think they did everything right.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
It could have been a lot worse. Thank God it wasn't.
But Lou's mom disagrees. Believes police did everything wrong. Says her son's got neck damage, ear damage, one taser lodged behind his ear.
Why show this? Why show this? What is the point of this? News. What is the point of this? Oh, let's show a close-up of the fucking damage caused by the taser barb. Oh, but let's blur the entire thing so you can't see it. Then why include the shot? Just include a description.
He can't even holler out, cry, or tell you you hurting him.
One story, two sides. A glimpse into what police departments deal with and a glimpse into the heart of a mother and her worst fear.
If he wouldn't have went down when you tased him, what was the next thing you're going to do, shoot him? Because that's my worst nightmare.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were going to do.
In Lake County, Michelle Meredith, WESH 2 News.
You ready? I told you. I was going to keep y'all going. I was just going to keep you riding this fucking edge, right? I told you. Like, I warned you. Groveland police officer won't face charges after alleged inappropriate contact with a teen. Long story short, Florida cop is resigning after molesting a teenager, but won't be charged because investigators have called it only borderline criminal. Groveland, Florida. Groveland police officer who resigned following allegations of inappropriate communication with an underage girl will not be facing criminal charges. The criminal investigation is now complete, and that officer, Conrad Perez, won't be facing criminal charges. Don't worry, they investigated themselves, guys. It's cool. However, the Groveland Police Department conducted its own internal investigation and found the allegations of officer misconduct were sustained. Their own internal investigation found the allegations of officer misconduct were sustained. Won't face charges. The 37-year-old had been on the job for less than a year when a mother first reported allegations that an officer is having inappropriate conversations with her 15-year-old daughter. Yes, the daughter had met him through his role in the police department's Explorer program. You know, fucking cop brainwashing aimed at mentoring young people interested in a career in law enforcement. When the mom checked the daughter's devices, which by the way is creepy unto itself, but in this instance paid off, she said she found weeks of messages between Perez and her daughter over social media. He started showing her attention and she began to talk about him. His name came up a couple of times in conversations at home, so that got my radar tingling. The content is not appropriate between an adult and child. It was very flirtatious. He mentioned he'd like to have her wash his bike for him in a bikini. Florida Department of Law Enforcement documents show Perez has spent a short amount of time with several agencies and resigned from the Groveland Police Department while being investigated. This motherfucker has gotten called out multiple times, and they just keep letting him resign, and he just moves on to the next place where he fucking tries to reel in another 15-year-old, I'm sure. Yeah. Perez, who is married, was with the Groveland Police Department for about 11 months. Lake County Sheriff's Office also looked in the case, but didn't find any criminal wrongdoing. The girl told investigators Perez kissed her on the lips once. The Sheriff's Office says while that some of the language in the chats was borderline, none of it met the Florida statute for criminal violations. The teen's mom now worries Perez could somehow land a job with another police agency. Don't worry, he will, seeing as that's his MO. Yeah, London County next. Yeah, basically. Like, just keep moving. Keep on keeping on. Just boys being boys. I know, right, Amorous? This is fucking these goddamn liberal leftist socialist communists who are just fucking absolutely just emasculating our boys in blue, right? It's absolutely, it's a travesty. It's a travesty. Let's see. Did you guys cover that Glendon Cameron thing? He's the fucking finance guy, right? The like super weird fucking like predator shit, right? No, we didn't cover it. So what can you bring our precinct? I've raped a 15-year-old girl. I see you already have quite a lot of experience. Exactly, Caboose. Fucking liberal cancel culture snowflake. Get triggered by anything, all right? Would have been oh. Hang on. My bad. Oh, there we go. Hit my USB hub. Yeah, it's not like they could prosecute him or bar him from service. It might set a bad precedent. Dude, they'd lose half their precinct, right? You can't be doing that. Someone think of the kids. These cops just want to help and secure the development of the kids. I like the music your feet are making. All right. So. I'm gonna bring you down a little bit, right? The little shift from the cops, and then back to the cops. We're gonna pivot and then pivot back a little bit, right? See if I can see if they've got video of it. Yeah, there we go. So. What's going on here? Well, outside Piedmont Rockdale Hospital in Georgia, police receive a call. Someone called 911 after finding a man collapsed on Milstead Avenue, just steps from the hospital. The man, who's still not being identified, had tubes coming out of his body. Well, when investigation was done, what they found was, in fact, the 68-year-old man had been discharged from the hospital. The man had been at the hospital for 35 days, and Medicare refused to continue to pay for his treatment. So, security patient dumped him. Yep. Squiddy. Patient dumped. Yep, happened to me. Yep, they patient dumped him. This is the terminology, by the way. It is. It's a patient dump. They patient dumped him right out front. The hospital claimed that he was fit to leave. All right? Fit to leave. Just remember that. The hospital claimed he was fit to leave. He had a fever, sepsis, a urinary tract infection, and a dangerously high heart rate. They just let him out. They left him to die on the curb. How are you guys still a country? We have all of the guns. That's basically what it amounts to. We own the oil and the guns. That's basically it, man. Like it's bombs and bullets keeping this shit duct taped together at this point. It's bombs and bullets, man. That's it. Otherwise, yeah. Capitalism kills. It does. It fucking does. Pre-Nixon administration, pre the coordination with Kaiser Permanente, what would become Kaiser Permanente, at that time it was just Permanente, The Nixon administration coordinated and created the first series of for-profit HMO or health management organizations in this country. Prior to the Nixon administration, the majority of healthcare and health coverage in this country was not-for-profit driven. In fact, the boomers grew up and were the beneficiaries of a largely not-for-profit medical system. And then, of course, as is tradition for the boomers, they climbed up that ladder and then they hauled it up behind themselves. So, you know, always a good look. Always a good look. Hey, Kez. So, yeah, that's sort of where we've ended up, is a for-profit driven system that if you get cut off from the finance side of it, will literally take you fever-ridden, sepsis-ridden, urinary tract infection with a dangerously high elevated heart rate, use security to walk you right to the edge of hospital property and fucking dump you. Kez, if you want to know, fucking go back and watch the VOD for the first part of it for Degen story time. You'll have a good time. Che, there was a time when U.S. healthcare wasn't uber capitalist. Yes. I know, right? Shocking. And the boomers were the beneficiary of it. So, of course, they dismantled that. I was begging to leave despite I couldn't walk from brain surgery. Yeah. I was denied meals in order to make my stay intolerable. I was denied deliveries even. Yeah, Squid. Yeah. That's why my mom is a lifelong nurse, Squid. I grew up in hospitals. I've seen this shit from the inside out. My mom was a corporate reorganizer for hospitals. Yeah. I've seen the filthy, dirty side of it. Like straight up close, unadulterated, unfiltered from a parent. Like she talks. Like we've always had that kind of relationship. She shared the inside baseball on that shit. Yeah. It's fucked. Kosovo's a third world country, but that doesn't happen there. I mean, Viva, dude, we're a third world country. We have the aesthetics of a first world. That's all. Shitty healthcare system, but it doesn't dump people off if they do pay. Burger Man, it does. It does. It fucking does all the time. Patient dumping is a thing, Burger Man. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is a fucking thing. It is. Oh man, I'm sorry, Kez. That's a shit hand. You want to know how bad it is? Here you go. Take your fucking pick. We had to have a fucking human rights commission on this shit. All right? This shit is real. It happens all the fuck time. You've just been insulated from it. That's all. Happens all the time here, Burger. Happens here all the time. Night, Maniac. Take care. Hope your doggo's doing better, Maniac. Can we send the Blue Helmet guys to save you? We'd gun them down in the streets, man. It would not be a pretty... If you fucking tried to get UN troops on our streets, those good old boys would fucking open fire. I'm not kidding you. You send UN troops here and put them on our streets, they're dead. Like, I'm not even fucking, like, this isn't even straight up, like, this isn't TOS. This isn't like, oh, I'm telling you. Those fucking good old boys down in the deep south and shit, they're opening fire. Like, for real. That shit will get real in an instant. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, India, fucking, yeah, it happens here all the time, Burger. Yeah, fucking, I don't know if fucking India does it, but, you know, yeah, it's a huge problem. Mostly recovered, just a bit of balance issues when he gets on the bed because it's not sturdier when he wakes up, hoping he keeps going to 100% again. Congratulations, and I'm happy for you, Maniac. Many more, like, fruitful and happy years with your puppers. I'm glad he's recovering.
Here's what happened.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. There's the video. Yeah, it's the opposite of a power vacuum to fill. Good old boys would hate laws actually being enforced against them. Yeah, oh yeah, it'd be a fucking thing. Dude, they would. It'd be a thing. All right, so. All right. Let's finish this out, right? Let's finish this out. And now I'm gonna leave you guys. We're gonna take you over the edge, right? I've been edging you guys with this fucking cop shit and the fucking how fucked the system is. Let's have a moment of fun, all right? Strap in. Ran into the police officer that put me in jail and tried to say I was selling weed and I was sleeping in my car. Would have been in prison for 5 years if they didn't drop the case.
You took me. You sent me to jail because you tried to say that I was selling weed inside my car. I had a cannabis card. I had two zips of weed with me. I had legal weed with me, and you still try to coerce me into saying that I was selling weed that night. Do you not remember? Okay, because you won't. I don't care. I don't care because whatever he got going on, you just fucking with him. So now I'm coming to fuck with you by law. I don't care, bro, because I went to jail for a whole night and a day because of you to go pick up my son. And I was sleeping in my car. You guys woke up. It was 3 of y'all in front of my car, bro. And I don't care. You gonna hear my story. You gonna hear my story because I went to jail for no reason, bro. And I had to pay fucking $1,000 in fine. No, $2,000 to get out that night. Then I had to pay another fine just because I was sleeping in my car. I went to work. I go to work. I pay taxes, I go to work and I go to school and I take care of my son every single day, bro. And I went to jail because you want to sit there and try to say that you felt like I was selling weed inside my car while I was asleep. Now, I've been waiting to see you ever since that day, bro. Literally. I've been waiting to see you so you can see my face, so you can see my son, and see what the fuck you fucked up, because you did fuck up a chapter of my life, bro. Like, for real. And I had license, I had registration, I had tags. It was no reason for me to go to jail that night. And you still send me to jail, bro. No, I'm telling you, so next time you do get ready to put somebody in jail, actually listen to their fucking story. Because that was some bullshit. I wish you was to go to jail. No, I wish you was to go to jail for that shit too. I wish you was to go to jail and wake up and go to jail, and you wasn't doing nothing. And there's 3 officers in front of you, and you just sleeping to go wake up to go. You're sleeping to pick up your son, pretty much.
Okay. Sir, I have no idea who you are and what incident you're talking
No, I know you don't remember because you put a lot of people in jail for no fucking reason. So I'm just getting this on the video so I could just post this on World Star so I can make this go viral. Officer Decker. Yeah.
What's the thing? What's the quote? For you, your entire life was defined by that interaction with me. For me, it was just another Tuesday. Right? That's it. Right there. You're just another black man I threw in jail, man. Trumped up some fucking charges. Of course, Cupcake. Of course. Yeah, it's his job. It's just another Tuesday for him. It's just another fucking Tuesday for him. Straight up. I don't remember you. You're nothing to me. Burger Man, quotas are not a thing in this country. 100%. No local municipality, city, state, or state or county use quotas and base their fucking bonuses on them. Yeah, that's definitely not a thing. No, it is. It is 100% a thing. Traffic cops have quotas all the time. If you do not enforce if you come back to the station and you haven't ticketed a certain amount of people, your captain or your sergeant will ride you. They will fucking ride you. What were you doing out there all day? Right? What? You didn't see anybody? What? There was no infractions? What? You couldn't pull somebody over and see if they were? You couldn't? Yeah. No. It's 100%. They run quotas all the time. Bike cops are some of the most notorious quoted motherfuckers in the entire American police system. If you see a motorcycle cop, their entire existence is based off of traffic stops and ticketing. Their life, their livelihood, their insurance, their pension, their health care, all of it is based off of whether they can keep that fucking job. And that fucking job is based on whether they're bringing in tickets. 100%. Yeah. There's an incentive to do it. Yeah. Amorous, it wouldn't be completely out of character. No, it wouldn't be completely out of character. Who are all the people breaking laws? Who will protect you from them? Says the dickheads inventing crimes to get their bonuses. Yeah, basically. Basic fucking Lee. Oh, caboose. There's an old Stanhope bit about how you'll never get the statistics on how many accidents have been caused by the .08 drunk driving laws, right? In his words, he said, not everybody's a stick thin cheerleader who has a whiff of alcohol and is, drunk 3 sheets to the wind. Some of them are thick neck fucking frat boys who can put some away. But you get behind the wheel and now you're so paranoid that you're driving in your rear view mirror and you blow right through a stop sign and you run over some kid on a bicycle. And yeah, of course you're to blame. But I mean, really, at the end of the day, who is to blame? The system and the cops you're afraid of are to blame because you're too worried about actually getting caught than you are about focusing on the fucking road. There's some logic and point to it. There is. There's some truth to that shit. Oh, time. Yeah, for sure they did. For sure they did. They had that Norman Rockwell era policing. 37 and a 35. I'd go to court over that. I'd go over to court. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not paying that shit. You're not coming to court over this shit. I'll see you in court, man. Nothing fucks up the flow of traffic like a cop on the side of the road. 100%. You got a warning. Yeah, all right, fair enough. In my country, 2 cops got 6 months in jail for assault. Maniac, I thought you were going to bed. After. Hey, Mitre, give me a sec. After betting to a comma an immigrant that was while resisting arrest threw a punch. Right-wing party threw a fit on how it wasn't fair to the cops and law should change. Jesus goddamn Christ. All right. Mitre, how was your stream? There you go, Maniac. Oh, this has become a thing, didn't it? Here's your spin, Maniac. Okay, I'm gone. Yeah, fair enough. Jesus Christ. Right. Had to stop back and do that. All right, bye, Maniac. Don't remember the rate, but accidents are literally more likely to happen when a cop is in the scene. Hell, I saw a cop hit 2 people at one time. One at an intersection and one when he was driving to the parking lot after the accident. Beast, I would laugh my ass off. Why does the right simp for cops so much? Because the entire right, conservatism requires a maintenance of the status quo. Maintenance of the status quo requires an enforcing body, right? This state is not going to maintain itself. You have to have that monopolization of force has to be utilized in some form or fashion. So basically, the underpinnings of the philosophical underpinnings of their ideology require a systematic usage of that monopolization of force, and that is exemplified, or in this case, as cops. They need them. They literally need them. Yeah, and I mean, you could talk about modern conservatism and the fear, the amygdala of feedback response. That conservatives have a hyper-responsive amygdala, and it's uncertain at this point with the causal relationship, whether the enlarged amygdala is responsible for the conservatism, because it basically increases a fear response and a disgust response within the neurophysiology of the human being, or whether the conservatism actually causes a loopback effect and overexcites the amygdala, and over a lifetime of this causes this hyperexcitability of it. Research is uncertain on which directional flow the causal relationship is at this time, but there is a feedback loop that has been looked into with that in regards to that. D, all of the above. Because the cops are white supremacist police state that upholds and protects their status and privilege in the society, and also making sure there's a permanent underclass for them to tread on. They are the snake on the Gadsden flag. I mean, I'd add a couple of things to that, Carpe, but they're foot soldiers of the oligarchs. I don't even think it would look in this system. Yeah, it's definitely like, the whiteys are fucking running some shit, right? But I don't think it would matter, right? Like, I don't even think they'd give a shit. So conservatives are scientifically pussies. Yeah, Viva. I mean, pussies are warm and inviting from what I hear, and they're highly elastic, and they're stretchable, and they're adaptable to different situations. So I don't think it's a fair descriptor, but I use it as a pejorative from time to time as well. So I'm okay with it. I don't think I think conservatism would survive outside of, exactly, Carpe. Like, they don't give a shit. It's just about the oligarchs at the end of the day. From what you hear. Exactly. Were there police during Roman times? Yes, Pax Romana used police. They had it was largely a military-driven system, but they had a policy of keeping 3 battalions to 1 battalion in the city, 2 battalions outside the city, I believe, was the sort of the Roman methodology of policing. But yes, they had a police system. They had a formalized, regimented, militarized structure that was used to maintain, to keep the peace, right? That's the fucking air quotes shit. But they would position them in strategic centers, city, like road crossings, river crossings, road intersections, and these sorts of things. And yeah, they would be a guard for the region. Yeah. So yeah, the Romans had a concept of police, and they acted under the direction of civilian magistrates, if I remember correctly. But Burgerman, you're looking for modern metropolitan policing, which was created essentially by Lord Peel of British fame. The Peel Acts essentially created the Metropolitan Police Force of London. This was the birth of what we would recognize as modern metropolitan policing. It quickly spread from London to Boston in the U.S. From Boston, it spread to New York and Chicago, and then it spread from there out. Bobbies and peelers, yes. I have told this story before. historians are unsure. Yes, the British are to blame. Yeah, as an Indian person, you will understand that the British are to blame for this. The British are to blame for most things, quite frankly. Yeah, Deirdre, this is the potential origin of the term pig. The reason we call cops pigs is because of Lord Peel. Essentially, Peel had a hobby. He had a farm, and he was a big fan of breeding pigs. And at this time in Britain, essentially the Smithfield Market in the center of London had passed a series of health acts. They had passed a series of health acts in London that livestock must be slaughtered and brought into the marketplace, right? This is to prevent the spread of disease. This is to prevent the spread of various airborne and surface-borne contact infections. Okay, so Peel basically comes in and implements a series of reform acts that formalize a metropolitan police force known as the Metropolitan Police Force of London, aka the Met, and they have what they call bobbies, right? They are colloquially called bobbies because of Sir Robert Peel, right? Bobbies. They work for him. He is in charge of the Met, all right? He is basically Lord Mucky Muck of the police department of London. Now, it is illegal to take your livestock to the center of London to this Smithfield Market. But here's what you know, and coming from India, everybody knows this, especially places that don't do the like super fast food, packaged food. Like if you have markets and you have farmers markets, you understand this. The fresher the produce, the higher the demand for price. Right? Like you can command a better price the fresher the food stuff is. Well, you know what doesn't get any fresher for animal protein is live dead. Right? It doesn't get fresher than that. Well, Sir Robert Peel would use his constables and flank his pigs and literally march them through into the center of London, turning over stalls, turning over fucking fronts of storefronts, knocking things over, eating produce as they go along. And what the fuck are you gonna do, right? Because you're just a fucking poor ass shopkeeper just trying to get by, and these fuckers have a nightstick and will beat you with it, right? Like they are in charge of this shit. Well, quickly, what happened is people would see the constables coming off in the distance and they would start yelling, "Here comes Peel's pigs! Here comes Peel's pigs!" And shortly, that got compressed down to, "Here come the pigs." And shortly thereafter that, the cops were just known as pigs, whether they were carrying the porcine load or not. Now, this may be apocryphal. We have no historical record as to to assure you that this is how this occurred. But we do know that Sir Robert Peel did engage in this activity. We do know that the constables of London were called bobbies as a colloquialism because they were under the command of Robert Peel, Robert Bobby. We do know that the process of driving those pigs live through the city did happen, and we do know how linguistic descriptive modifiers tend to drift. So given all of these various factors, it is actually safe to conclude that this story is less apocryphal than it probably is factual. This is likely how and why we call cops pigs. It's because of Sir Robert Peel, the founder of the Metropolitan Police Force, or at least the reformer and the creator of what we would recognize as the modern foundation for metropolitan policing in the world. It became the model for city policing the globe over. The reason we call them pigs is because from the very outset, the system was corrupt and was working for the powerful and the rich. Day one, he used the police force for his own private gain to flaunt the law and profit from it. Pigs. So there you go. That's the story of Sir Robert Peel and potentially why we call cops pigs. Good night, Puka. Sleep well. Sleep well, Puka. How the hell is this even allowed? Oh, Burger Man. Oh, I love that. I love that innocence. Because what the fuck are you going to do about it? Yes. Che, if you want the rest of that, the origins of and the problems with modern policing, which is a part of, this is a part of a spiel. This is a part of a podcast episode that I did a long time ago now. This is the origins of and problems with modern policing. And the mid portion, the mid section of that episode goes on to talk about how, yes, basically the inspiration for modern U.S. policing is a confluence of the northern, what was called the Big Stick. At the time, we had the Night Watchmen, right? Volunteers from the You Were Never Not banned. Volunteers from the local neighborhood were basically set up at night to keep an eye on things, make sure nobody's robbing anything, make sure that the place doesn't fucking burn to the ground while while everybody else is asleep. And that, after the Peel Acts, basically that jumped over to the U.S., and what you end up with is the Big Stick. The Big Stick is the colloquialism that the U.S. has used, or the labor movement has used, basically to describe the metropolitan policing of the northern U.S. regions. They were essentially set up, funded, and utilized by merchant class and the oligarchical rulers of this country. Basically, the warehouses, the factories, the merchants, the shipping magnates of the time, anybody who manufactured anything, would literally pay for the police to be set up. They would buy the land, they would pay for the building to be built, they would pay for the uniforms, they would pay for the salaries, they would pay for bonuses, they would pay for the weapons that they needed, they would pay for any and all of the stuff. They would collectivize this, so everybody would go in on it. And anytime there was a labor movement that tried to kick off, if you tried to strike, if you tried to shut down a shop, they would call in the Big Stick. And the police would literally show up and beat those strikers, those protesters. They would beat them, and in many instances kill them. There's many deaths associated with the labor movement. In the South, there is the tradition of the slave patrol, which served as an ad hoc terrorist organization, destabilizing and terrorizing forcibly immigrated, the slave trade, the slavery traded black community in what would become the black community. At that time, they were African. The African community, they would also act as an ad hoc punishment system. Many of the plantations and the plantation owners didn't have the stomach necessary to perform the acts to keep these people in line. So chopping hands off, chopping feet off, this sort of thing. They would contract out to slave patrols, and slave patrols would be compensated duly for these services performed on the land. And also the tertiary responsibility of the slave patrol is also in the name itself. They would go out, patrol, round up escaped slaves, and return them to their rightful owners, shall we say, right? This leads into a confluence, right? These two streams merge into one river, and that becomes the foundational metric. That becomes the foundation of all U.S. policing. So when you deal with a modern police officer in America, you have to understand there is an unbroken thread. At no point has the system ever been changed and reformed, right? It has never actually been overhauled. There is a true and unbroken thread from the officer you meet on the street today to the big stick and slave patrol of yesteryear. It flows through the sharecropping. It flows through the segregation. It flows through the 13th Amendment. It flows through the drug war. It flows right into the modern era. The origins of and problems with modern policing. There you go. Oh yeah. The crime bill, the fucking name it. It's an unbroken thread. It is an unbroken thread from those origins to today. Oh, fuck that Cobb. Fucking Kamala the Cobb. Yeah. There you go. Is he already like, what the fuck? Pinkertons. Oh, the fucking Pinkertons. I love the fucking Pinkertons as an example, Carpe. The Pinkertons are fucking great. When I do the Mayday episode, there's a whole segment on the Pinkertons. Right? Look in here. Let's see. Mayday, episode 53. This is the Mayday episode. Now, anyone familiar with a certain era of Hollywood movies and one fairly popular video game and apparently a Netflix series now has likely heard this name more than a few times. The Pinkerton National Detective Agency is infamous in labor circles. They were founded by Alan Pinkerton in 1850 and are still around as a subsidiary of Securitas AB. They became famous when Pinkerton claimed to have foiled a plot to assassinate President-elect Abraham Lincoln, who would then go on to hire the agency for personal security during the Civil War. Notice the language there, claimed, as there wasn't any truly hard evidence as to the existence of the plot, and historical scholars still to this day debate as to whether it was a complete fabrication or not. Pinkertons went on to become quite literally the world's largest private law enforcement organization at the height of its power. Now, this is where it gets obvious or interesting. The Pinkertons became quite famous for one particular set of services: union busting. Specifically, infiltration, disorganization, and violent confrontation with unionized workers. They would do just about anything at the behest of their capitalistic masters, people whose names you're guaranteed to recognize, such as Carnegie and Rockefeller. They worked for oil, mining, steel, and any other form of industry that would endow someone with the title of baron at the time. The Pinkertons' active and reserve agents outnumbered the standing army of the U.S. The agency delivered results by any means necessary, time and again. The Pinkertons. That's a nice way to frame. That's a nice presidency you have there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. Knock that off the fucking shelf. Deadwood. You know about the Pinkertons from Deadwood. Yeah, that's TV and video games is how most people know about the Pinkertons, not like labor studies. Walata. Oh, Walata. What's your definition of love, Kukanut? You say this word a lot. It's all in love. What is love? Due to the subjective nature of language, I don't know what you're talking about. They, as far as I'm aware, yes, Carpe, yes. Which, Blair Mountain poster, right there. Krusty knows him from old westerns too. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking Blair Mountain, man. One of these days I'm going to do a Blair Mountain episode. I've been meaning to get around to it for a while. I want to do a telling of Blair Mountain. Yeah, I'm not watching a fucking video, man. If you can't put it in 2 or 3 sentences, like if you can't just type it, like look. Come on. Bjorn song called All in Love. He's talking about Bjorn. Did anybody ever see that island that fucking Iceland or whoever tried to give her? It's fucking amazing. I want that island. Oops. No, Bjork. Sorry, why am I Bjork? Bjorn. Bjork. All right. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This is the island that Iceland gifted Bjork. Right? Like this is some shit, right? Like some badass shit. Yeah, Cupcake. No, she didn't accept it. Yeah, she didn't accept it. Yeah, it's speculated as to who owns it now. Nobody knows who owns it, by the way. Later, Wada. Yeah, Cupcake, basically a single family resided there up till like 1930. It's a self-sufficient sort of island. They would hunt like fucking penguins and shit, right? Like fucking weird, like whatever rando fucking shit is in the waters up there. They'd hunt for oil and food and that sort of thing. And yeah, it's a super off-grid, like self-reliant facility, like old school self-reliant, not like, oh, we have fucking solar and wind. It's that kind of old school self-reliant. But yeah, nobody knows who owns it at present, from what I understand. But yeah, like the spec, like yeah, it went around. Like Iceland tried to gift it to Bjork. Bjork. Is penguin or red meat? It is. It's deep fucking red. Here. And also, it tastes like what they eat. It tastes fishy. It's red meat. Like it's red meat. Here you go. Let's see. And here's old school, right? This is black and white, so you can't see but here's yeah. Right? Like you're like, oh, penguins, they're like this big. No, motherfucker. No, we're not. We're talking like emperor penguins and shit like that, right? Like these are how is this not like how is this like how there's literally no gore here. This is an animal hanging upside down, Jay. Like if this is TOS, fine, hit me with a fucking TOS. Right? Like this is I'm sorry. Like please. Salmon chicken. It's more like salmon beef. And apparently it was really good for you. It was fucking really good for you. Like it contains vitamin C. The meat actually contains vitamin C. It would reduce the effects of scurvy, right? Like sailors knew this shit about penguin. You could fucking haul these fuckers out of the water and you wouldn't get scurvy. This is a red meat that has vitamin C in it. Do you understand how insanely, like, that just, it's not a thing. Right? Like, appreciable volumes of vitamin C to the point where it can stave off scurvy? Yeah. Who needs Capri Sun when you get penguins? Exactly. Yeah, good oils. Dude, it used to be a remedy. The penguin oil used to be a remedy for all sorts of rheumatitis, arthritis, joint pains, these sorts of things. And it apparently actually works. It's just not an ethical product, but apparently it does work. It's not like rhino horn for your fucking pecker like the Chinese think. Like, it's literally like, this is an appreciable product that actually does have anti-inflammatory compounds and does work to the extent that they think it does. Actually, not that I'm aware of. Che, I mean, you know, fucking whatever, Che. Like, I'm not saying whatever at you, Che. I'm just saying whatever, man. Like, if reality is a problem now, like, fuck it. Fucking hit me with it. Ethics, what dat? So let's see. Is there any other fucking headlines? We did the run, man. We did the run. Oh yeah. The fucking Pope is based as shit too, by the way. Just FYI. The Pope called for universal basic income and shorter workdays. Like, straight up. The Pope came out in favor of a UBI and shorter fucking workdays, and reported by the Catholic News. Like, he did it at the Fourth World Meeting. Yeah, it's absolutely batshit insane. Dear social poets, I like to call you this social poets because you have the ability and the courage to create hope where there appears to be only waste and exclusion. Poetry means creativity, and you create hope. With your hands, you know how to forge the dignity of each person, of families and society as a whole, with land, shelter, work, care, and community. He thanked popular movements for their dedication, a word of authority capable of contradicting the silent and often polite denials which people are subjected to. Let's see. Since the last general meeting 6 years ago, a lot has changed. Changes the mark points of no return, turning points and crossroads at which humanity must make choices. There is a need for new moments of encounter, discernment, and concerted action. Warning that he said returning to previous mindsets would be truly suicidal, a little ecocidal and genocidal. COVID-19 pandemic has exposed societal inequalities, and the heartbreaking situation of so many brothers and sisters. We've all experienced the pain of lockdown, especially people without basic infrastructure who are left with more vulnerable migrants, undocumented persons, and informal workers without a fixed income. He lamented the scourge of the food crisis affecting millions in spite of advances in biotechnology, noting that 20 million people had been dragged into extreme poverty, extreme levels of food insecurity with increased destitution and increases in food prices. He referred to the silent pandemic of chronic anxiety linked to various factors such as hyperconnectivity, disorientation, and a lack of future prospects, made worse by lack of real contact with others and ultimately the lack of real contact with friends, because friendship is the form in which love always resurges. He affirmed that technology can be a tool for good, that it permits dialogues, but it can never substitute contact between us and the community in which we can be rooted, which ensures that life may become fruitful. He's based as shit, yo. Like, this new Pope, look, Carpe. This is the best you're going to get out of a Pope. This is the best you're going to get out of a Pope. Like, sincerely, the next Pope's going to be a nightmare. He said minimum wage or universal. Yeah, Carpe. But I mean, what do you want from a fucking Pope, man? Right? Like, you're asking too much. Right? This is a fucking anarchist telling you this, Carpe. You're asking for too much. this motherfucker came out and said, like, a universal basic income is such that everyone in the world should have access to the most basic necessities of life. It's a right for we have a right to humane distribution of resources, and it's up to redistribution schemes so that the wealth of one party is shared fairly without implying an unsustainable burden, especially on the middle class. What do you want from a pope? Right? Like, this is... Look, I'd prefer him to abdicate the fucking... I'd prefer him to dissolve the Catholic Church entirely, sell off all their assets, donate their proceeds to feeding, like, the ending global poverty and housing the homeless and educating everyone the world over, right? Like, that'd be great. But that's a fucking pipe dream, man. That's a fucking pipe dream. This motherfucker actually came out and said, like, yeah, this shit is fucked. We need to, like, equally distribute all of this stuff. Technology can be a tool for good, but holy shit, you got to get some FaceTime, folks. You got to touch some grass, right? Like, this guy, like, this is as based as shit, right? Like, this is as based as a pope comes. The next one is going to be rough because that pendulum's going to swing for sure. The world can be seen more clearly from the peripheries. Thus, we must listen to the peripheries, open the door to them, and allow them to participate. Reaffirm the commitment to place the economy at the services of the peoples, to build a lasting peace based on social justice and on care for the common home. Pope's starting to sound like a communist, yo. Just saying. That's starting to sound dangerously like Jesus. That's starting to sound dangerously like Jesus. That shit don't fly with Christians. Yeah, that shit don't fly with Christians. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Fuck that. Get rid of your riches and live as I do bullshit. Fuck out of here with that. Yeah. Pope sounding dangerously like fucking Jesus. Watch enough Francis is a commie. Conspiracy videos from conservative Catholic priests before this news. Yeah, no, I'm Pope's based as shit, yo. I'm telling you. Like, this is as good as it's gonna get for a pope. Don't think, like, he needs to issue some papal bulls. This motherfucker needs to issue some shit. He needs to come out and be like, here are your marching orders as priests from this point out. You right? And Kez, the Jesuits have assassinated at least 3 popes. Fun Catholic history, kids. The Jesuits used to basically, the soft Jesuits who are all about the universities and the teaching of the kids and shit. They used to essentially be the military branch of the Catholic Church for a time, and they've assassinated at least 3 popes in their history. Yeah, Jesuits, yo. A 3 that we know of. Caboose. There's also a way to spin that. There's a way to spin that. Here's the thing. Okay, so like we get to interpret theology, right? The doctrinal writings are interpretable. We know this, right? It's how you end up with prosperity gospel. Now, Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's." So you're saying that means Jesus was capitalist who was okay with like mercantile oligarchy, right? Here's what I say. Jesus claims that Jesus says that all is the creation of the Father, and that all is the Father's house, and that the house of his Father is not a place for profit, and not the place for usury. Right? Not the place for exploitation. That the earth is the church. That the earth is the domain of the Father. Therefore, it could be interpreted as Jesus being a smarmy fuck. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. Well, what is Caesar's? Nothing. Fuck that guy. He's just some dude. He makes claims that he's making claims that his ass can't cash. Like, he's writing checks that his ass can't cash, right? Like, that, you literally could interpret that as like a sarcastic, smarmy comment. That, like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, give Caesar what he deserves. That's interpretable that way. Just saying. As an ordained minister. My personal interpretation. Hey, Viv. Oh, Che, yeah, there's tons of conspiracy surrounding the Jesuits, for sure. Yeah, there's tons of conspiracy surrounding the Jesuits. They've been, the Jesuits used to be like Freemasons for a lot of people. Deirdre, it's because it's my interpretation, right? Like, that's, but you can, like, you can interpret the Bible, right? Like, that's a thing. Okay, so it would be Matthew 22:15 to 22, something like that. I'll go with the new. You know what? Fuck. Yeah, let's go with the New International. Fuck it. All right. Wait a second. Thanks for the follow. Are you an ace? Okay, so here's the story, right? Then the Pharisees went out and laid plans to trap him in his words. They sent their disciples to him along with the Herodians. Teacher, they said, we know that you're a man of integrity and that you teach the ways of God in accordance with the truth. You aren't swayed by others because you pay no attention to who they are. Tell us then, what is your opinion? Is it right to pay the imperial tax to I think it's Kaiser, actually, would be the modern pronunciation, the traditional pronunciation, but to Caesar or not? But Jesus, knowing their evil intent, said, you hypocrites, why are you trying to trap me? Show me the coin used for paying the tax. They brought him a denarius. And he asked them, whose image is this? And whose inscription? Caesar's, they replied. Then he said to them, so give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and then to God what is God's. He basically is saying your currency ain't worth shit. It's the fucking, like, you know, it's just some Caesar shit. It's some earthbound bullshit. Give it to him then. It doesn't fucking matter. Right? Like, it literally can be interpreted as a sarcastic, smarmy response, because it is a sarcastic, smarmy response. It is quite literally him recognizing that this is a piece of fucking metal, basically, with an image of some douchebag stamped on it. And he's like, yeah, that, whatever, give it to him then. Because it seems to matter to him. Right? But that's not what matters in the end. Right? Like, that's how I've interpreted it as throughout it. Right? If you're going to interpret it, then, like, you know, you could say that it's Jesus saying that you should pay your taxes, right? But if you read it, and you can go back and read some of it, like the New International, like, definitely comes across in that sort of smarmy tone. But the fact of the matter is if you read it in even the older editions, it seems pretty fucking sarcastic, right? Like, you know, they're the ones creating value on this coin. It's the social construct of currency. And he's like, yeah, whatever, give it to him then. Yeah, especially when they were trying to entrap him to start with. I mean, there was a Pharisee, you know, entrapment. So yeah, that render unto Caesar shit ain't so much about paying your taxes as it is more like, yeah, you know what? That seems important to them. Fucking let it be important to them then. I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter. Right? Like, Jesus was, you know, feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, healing the sick, right? Like, he was dealing in like absolutes of human suffering, right? Like that's the story as it goes, right? He's washing the feet of prostitutes. He's healing the blind. He's feeding the hungry, the masses. He's doing all of these sorts of tangible, direct action sort of things. And when somebody comes at him with currency and taxes, he's like, yeah, whatever, fucking give it to him then, because it doesn't matter, right? I'm out here actually feeding people with real bread. I'm actually healing people with some fucking health care, right? What's your coin do? It satisfies that guy over there that put his face on it. All right, well, give it to him then. Who gives a shit? No, Vivian. I'm an ordained minister because I wanted it on the grift, but I can discuss theology at depth and length, right? Like the globe is run by this shit. If you can't discuss it and interpret it and use it, that's just like being politically ignorant as well. It's like not being able to talk politics or philosophy. It matters to billions of people. That's a powerful knowledge base. You better be versed in the Bible, in the Quran, in the Torah. You should, just as much as you should be versed in the International Encyclopedia of, hey, Raphael, of political science. And you should have an understanding of philosophy. Should be able to talk about these things, especially if you do what I do, right? Like that's definitely like, but I do believe that. I think that you should, being able to have a theological discussion is one of those fundamental things that people should do. And just being like, la, 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 I'm an atheist, God doesn't exist, doesn't fucking change minds, right? That's a bullshit question. You know it, Vivian. It's a bullshit fucking question. You know it. Right? Like, how else? You just going to punch every Christian in the face? Right? Like, that's full. Sure, you want to go punch Nazis? Go punch Nazis. But what about, like, the Sunday school marm type? Right? Like, what about the chick who runs Sunday school who thinks she's actually doing good in this world and she's never thought about it that way? You going to punch her? Right? Like, you have to be able to have these conversations to change people's minds because you can't punch your way into changing everybody's mind. And if you're going to cause social change in this world, you're going to have the conversation. You're going to have to engage in the dialectical exercise at some point. You're going to have to use rhetorical device and be able to discuss these aspects from the religious position rather than just coming at them, God doesn't exist, your book is bullshit. How about I convince you using your book that these are good things? Right? Like that's... Sorry then. Joke didn't come across. Didn't land. Sorry though. Christianity, 2.3 billion. Islam, 1.9 billion. Hindu, 1.1 billion. Buddhism, 500 million. So what do we got there? 3, 4, 2, 5, 3. So 5, 8. About 5.8 billion people are somewhere on the theological spectrum. Grave it into brass knuckles. I can't do Hinduism as well. I can do Buddhism. I can discuss Buddhism, not to the depth that I can discuss the Abrahamic stuff. But, yeah, Hinduism or Mahayanaism? Jesus Christ. Burger Man, you still here? What's the true and proper name of Hinduism? Because it's not called Hinduism. Hinduism isn't called Hinduism. It's like Mahayanaism or something like that. It's like the internal name. Yes. Cool. Yeah, like Buddhism is fun. Nobody, they're fine with it. They're fine. It's not an insult to the Hindus to call it Hinduism at this point. They do not, by and large, I've never found a group that actually gives a shit about it. They're cool with it. And Carpe, it got blocked by my system. My system flagged that immediately. So whatever that is, Carpe, it's considered riskware. Yeah, that's honestly, we call it Hinduism. The other word, Viva. I'm offended. The other word is barely used in my age group, at least. Yeah, that's Hindutva are the religious, right though. Yeah, fucking Jesus Christ. Is the solution to convince them to use capitalism in a kinder way, or is it to get them to abandon capitalism? Dude, Vivian, I'd just get them to abandon capitalism. Jesus was a communist. Look, I'm an anarchist. I don't have allegiances or alliances here on this spectrum. My job, my role, my political ambition, my role as community organizer is to teach people about hierarchical organizational modalities. I'm an anarchist, first and foremost. But if you want to get to communism, if you want to get to socialism, the only way to do that is through anarchism. I truly believe that. And I think the USSR and the CCP prove my point. Marxian critiques of capitalism are spot on. I will never take that away from Marx. His fucking analysis and critique of capitalism is prescient, to say the very least, right? His solution as a centralizing authoritarian communist is short-sighted, and Bakunin called him out on that during the era. So here's what I have to say about that, right? Jesus was essentially a communist, right? And as far as world, like tangible world's power structures go, he was kind of an anarchist too, right? So yeah, but you got to bootstrap it, Vivian. You got to bootstrap it, right? Like you're asking too much. This is the problem with like many leftists. They ask for too much at once. I'm not getting anarchism on a large scale in my lifetime. I'm okay with that. I even have a fucking bingo on the bingo cards we run. I've got a square for, I'm a torchbearer, right? My job is just to take this torch and hand it off to somebody else, and somewhere in the future, it will come to fruition, right? That's my role. I accept that. I'm not going to get to see this stuff. You can only ask so much of a human being, right? Like, so you have to prioritize. You have to triage this shit. Can I use your religion? Which is causing more harm in America today? Right? Like this is triage, right? Medical triage. What's causing more harm in America right now? Capitalism or religion? Think hard, because I know your instincts are going to go one way or the other. You're going to immediately try and press a pedal, but think about it. Oh, lots, Burger Man. The Amish are super problematic as a community. Tons of rape, tons of molestation, tons of domestic abuse, tons of inbreeding. Their problem. Yeah, the Amish actually, yeah. Yeah. Religion is the justification. Yes, Carpe got there, right? But what religion is the justification. What's the machine? What's the thing that's actually the meat grinder? What's the actual meat grinder of society today, right? If we were 300 years ago in Europe, I'd be with you. Fucking the church needs to come down, right? That's enemy number one, right? Well, Carpe, that's a good anarchist answer, but we need to prioritize, right? We're not getting rid of hierarchy. Not in our lifetimes, at least, right? I'd love to teach. I'd love to reset the pedagogic style of our educational system and completely, go hierarchical teachings from day one, right? But we got to manage our expectations. But what could we do? We can, if we're clever, if we're careful, if we're Machiavellian enough, use the groundwork laid by all of those evangelicals, laid by those dominionists, laid by those fucking students of R.J. Rushdoony. The most progressive religion isn't a religion, it's a philosophy, and it's Taoism. Bursa. There's always my answer. We can use those systems, and we can sort of use them as routes in, right? Jesus is their Lord and Savior. Followers of Christ. Bask in the glory of Jesus. Bask in the glory of... Okay, cool. Cool. All right, yeah. You believe that, do you? You really believe that? Your heart and soul. Cool. Let's bust the book out. What? Let's read the book. Let's read it together. But let me interpret it as an anarchist and maybe somebody who is more of a communalist or a mutualist. Right? Let me use it. Oh, fuck Confucius. He's very patriarchal and authoritarian. Right? Like this is a modality of operation that is tribalistic, that predates the capitalism, right? Which do you think you can uproot in your lifetime? A system that's a few hundred years old at most, or a system that's thousands? Look, if you want to tilt at windmills, I will not get in your way. It's an honorable cause. It's an honorable cause. And it's a system of unjust hierarchies and abuses and coercions and oppressions, the likes of which humanity will not shake off for quite some time. In no way, shape, or form am I defending that system. All I'm saying is that its reach is too expansive. Its scope is too great. Its depth is unimaginable. But I can see how we could tackle capitalism in a lifetime. I don't know how we tackle the church. We can get rid of capitalism. Capitalism's an easy sell. I'm telling you. The fucking... Look, Vivian, again. Sure. But... Carpe, I'll see you there. I'll see you there. I've told my community time and again, take to the streets. I'll see you there. Right? Like, I'm there for it. I was there for it before most of my community was a community, right? Like, I was an Occupy organizer, right? I've done the direct action. I've done the stuff we don't talk about, right? Because we can't. It's TOS. Right? Like, capitalism is... Yeah, Raphael, capitalism's already has one foot in the grave. I feel like it just needs an extra little push. Capitalism is a doable task. And I'd rather see progress, right? This is something the right understands and the left does not understand. For whatever reason. That progress is a game of inches, not miles. The left asks for big fucking things. The right just goes, we just need to shift the county voter map. Just a little bit like that. And we'll eke out a few more votes, and we'll hold that county seat, and we'll get an extra commissioner. And then with the extra commissioner in a couple of years, we'll be able to reseat the school board. And when we reseat the school board, we'll be able to get a next generation of kids, right? They're moving in inches. The left makes these attempts to do these grand policies, and it never fucking works. It never fucking works. It's only when we eke out... Or you're a student of the 1880s to 1920s labor movement, right? If you want those changes, then the post-leftists come out. Yeah. Then you got to fucking be willing to die in the mines for it. I'm telling you, capitalism is a hittable target. It's a hittable target. Religion is tied into something beyond that. It's tied into something beyond just the hierarchical, organized religious structure, right? It's touching something that is innately human. It may be transcendent beyond human. We don't fucking know. But anybody who's had a good mushroom trip understands what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Like, religion is touching on something that is bigger than just capitalism. And to tackle that takes... many lifetimes. And I'd rather just take down the meat grinder right now. That's for me. And again, I would never get in your way, Vivian. I'd never get in your way. But the fact of the matter is all of that fucking direct action that I've engaged in, making soup. I tell my community all the time, just make a fucking sandwich, right? The shit that the anarchists actually do. When it was made illegal to feed homeless people in Las Vegas, Vivian, speaking directly to you on this one. When it was made illegal to feed homeless people in Las Vegas, do you know who was out there feeding the homeless? Two groups. The Baptist minister of Las Vegas, and I say the because as far as I'm concerned, she's the only one. Every other religious organization in Las Vegas lost all claim to credibility in one go as far as I'm concerned. The Baptist minister of Las Vegas and Food Not Bombs. She and some of her parishioners and Food Not Bombs, the anarchists, were side by side, feeding the homeless, staring down the cops, saying, if you have to arrest us, arrest us. If you have to cite us, cite us. But you will not stop this. The anarchists say it is an unjust claim to authority, and it is a forceful action by the state, and as such does not clear our philosophical hurdles. The Baptist minister, she stands there and says, this is what Jesus would have wanted. I don't care how you get there. I happily will stand by her side and feed the homeless. So yeah, by and large, it's super coercive. It's super oppressive. It's super exploitative. It has murdered and raped and pillaged and absolutely ruined entire sections of this world. In no way would I ever prevent or couch or shield that, right? But in its purest form, when it's done right, it's a motivating factor that will get people to, in the face of overwhelming suffering, in overwhelming force, in overwhelming threat by the state, to stand there fearless and say, do what you must. I will do the right thing in this situation. I see that as a tool that I can hijack. Now that sounds super fucking dark, right? That sounds super Machiavellian. But I've seen what it can do. If it can motivate them to rape and pillage and murder, and it can motivate them to feed the homeless when there's a cop standing there with his hand on his fucking gun saying you can't do this. Okay. I see the power of this. It's terrifying. It's like nuclear weaponry, right? It's in that category. Religion is essentially our original nuke. It can destroy and it can just level a city, but it can also power a community. It just depends how you deploy it and who's in charge of it and who you let oversee it. These things matter. I see it as a tool, just like every other human tool. It could burn us to the ground, or it can cook our meal. This is just my outlook on it. And again, I in no way, shape, or form am I Antifa? I am anti-fascist, yes. Yeah, beastical. I'm of that opinion. And Vivian, I understand that. Again, Greg, I get it. I get it. Especially if they've come at you, right? Like it's personal at that point. I get it. Don't get me wrong. And again, I told you straight up. You want to dedicate your life to tearing that down? Not only is that just and ethical, I understand it. And I would never step in your way. But I've prioritized it differently. And I'm going to use it. because I've used it before. I've seen it used. I know how powerful it can be. So I'd rather have it in my hands than the person who told you that you needed to beg for God's forgiveness for being trans before they would help you or feed you or take care of you. Because my interpretation of that text would be that you were made in God's image. You were made exactly how the Creator wanted you to be made, and any choices you've made along the way are a part of His great plan. He is omnipotent and omniscient. Therefore, all of this has been seen. You were designed to be. You were intended to be. And this is just a part of your personal journey. And anyone who dares challenge you in that way is not only doing a disservice to Jesus and doing a disservice to the Bible, they are doing a disservice to themselves, right? Do I believe this? No, I think it's fucking bullshit. I think it's a fucking fairy tale. But I can weaponize it and use it against them. I can turn their minds. I can challenge their authority systems. I can actually infect their way of thinking with our own ideologies, with our own philosophies, by bootstrapping them to their own belief system. Yeah, again, you're not going to escape it in your fucking lifetime, Vivian. Like, I get it. Like I said, I get it. But I'm not fucking delusional. I'm not escaping hierarchy in my lifetime. Right? Anybody who thinks that is fucking delusional or ready to go full on Anprim. Right? Like, that's this. Do you think this shit's gonna fucking, like, in our lifetimes? Even with full on ecological, especially if there's full on ecological collapse, shit's gonna get real hierarchical real quick. Right? Like, that's... So, I'd rather fucking mitigate some of this bullshit, attack capitalism, which I know is a target that can be hit, and is already on its last legs. Amorous, fair enough. And get the good done there. Because if you attack capitalism, if you take out the capitalist incentive, we can reform education. If we reform education, we can start to tackle your topic of religion. Because the number one poison to religion is education. We know that. It's the panacea. So if you want your religion tackled, like if you want religiosity actually dealt with, you need education. And if you want education, you need to get the profit motive out of education. You need to revamp the Prussian educational inspired system in this country that was created to create regimented soldiers. To do this, tackle capitalism. Create free universities. Higher education for all. Give universal access to knowledge and experience. Religion falls. Or at least it takes a massive hit on the chin. I mean, a massive fucking hit on the chin. It's difficult to go through a university level series of courses, philosophy, logic, theology, history, right? It's difficult to come out the other side and look at that text as the dogmatic truth that many evangelicals see. Religion isn't my topic. It's just one of them, Vivian. I just see it as a tool in the tool belt. Right? Like, it's there. People operate under it. This is like the fucking philosophers, the theory wonks, and the philosophy heads who sit there and talk about the meta-ethical analysis and the sort of like the Hegelian dialectical methodology for interacting with a social structure, given the historical materialist ramifications of a social structure, right? People don't think like that. People don't think like that. So if you want to actually do some shit, you got to do some shit. Right? And I create dual power structures all the time, right? This is, you're trying to box me in, Vivian, and I don't. Like, it's this, I'm willing to use, it's a mixing board. See all those fucking levers over there? I'm willing to push them all. All those sliders. And when I start getting resistance on one, I push another one. And when I start getting resistance on that, I switch to another one. Right? Maybe I need to use religion for somebody. Maybe somebody else, it's economic factors. Maybe for somebody else, it's just common sense. Maybe for somebody else, it's experiential, right? They need to talk to a gay person. They need to talk to a trans person, right? There is no universal. You have to customize. You have to tailor. You have to integrate into the community. You have to get to know people. You have to engage in that dialectical exercise. And you have to tailor those rhetorical devices for the situation. I do it all the time. It's my methodology, at least. But hey, I'm not God. I don't know shit. At the end of the day, what the fuck do I know, right? Just another human being. We don't even know what the fuck all this is about. No idea to this day. We still don't know. Been doing it for fucking untold amounts of time. We still don't know. So, fuck do I know, right? But I think we can take capitalism. So like Batman, just be prepared. You gotta have a plan. You gotta have a plan. Christians don't want an atheist lecture you on your faith. Hashtag keep the faith. Not an atheist. In no way, shape, or form am I an atheist. Do not, RDF Net 7, do not attempt to characterize me as an atheist. That is a mischaracterization. I am an agnostic. I think you came here to argue, Vivian. It's okay. I get it. But you want to join me and feed some people sometime? Right? You want to hand out the homeless packs? You're welcome to join me. Right? Like, you want to go hit the soup kitchen? I do that shit too. Right? But people do need their minds changing. And sometimes just a simple conversation is enough. I think that's a gross mischaracterization. Oh, God. Wow, that's a sentence and a half. John Hannibal Smith always loves when the plan comes together. Oh, the A-Team. It's a good classic TV. It's good classic TV. It's fucking goofy as shit. I was more of a MacGyver fan myself. That fucking dude, that mulleted fucking Canadian is great. He can be fucking Stargate or whatever else he's fucking done, but at the end of the day, Richard Dean Anderson will always be MacGyver. And one of my best, Airwolf was good too. Agnostic is not the same thing as an atheist, by a long shot. Yeah. One of my favorite things was a behind the scenes interview of on Stargate, on the set of Stargate, and I believe it was the guy who played Daniel Jackson runs in on Richard Dean Anderson like in the middle of his interview and has like a stick of gum, a fucking paperclip, and a rubber band, and he's like, "Quick, we need you to save the day." Like, he's just straight taking the piss out of him. Fucking, quick, MacGyver, help us. Oh, fucking MacGyver. It was a good one. I loved both MacGyver. Got a bit repetitive, just trying to blow shit up at every episode. Michael Shanks. Yes, that was his name. Michael Shanks. Yeah, it was, dude. Apparently they tried to remake MacGyver. I tried to download like a season of MacGyver, and I started playing. I'm like, what the fuck is this crap? And it's like, oh, they remade it. When did they remake MacGyver? Why did they? God, Hollywood, capitalism, great. They're fucking creativity. Sam Carter too, actually. Oh, fucking yeah. Versa. We were watching a whole bunch of trailers the other day. People were throwing shit at me, and yeah, the Cowboy Bebop one was, oh Jesus Christ! It seemed that the like not the trailer, but the like teaser promo thing fucking was, the sizzle reel was definitely a thing. Hyper stylized. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I love people explaining agnosticism in chat, like, to this person. Like, yeah, bruh, not an atheist. I think atheism is just as goofy as theism. I think it's the exact same spectrum. It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, infinite gods, right? You're ascribing a deity or a lack of deity to this existence. I say you're fucking human and you don't know shit. How dare you say one way or the other? You don't know. We don't know. We don't know shit. We don't know shit. So I'm agnostic. How can I know? I've got some ideas, right? Polytheum. It's slim, but is it enough? Is it 0? Can you say with absolute certainty it's 0? God, you're gonna hit him. No, that is absolutely not true. I mean, Vivian, no. I'm not a shit ton of atheists that were not agnostic. Polytheum. My point exactly. I can't, but I also can't say that anything is certain. Bingo. We don't know shit. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. So, might as well just lean into it. Oh, don't get me started on the Gnostics. Don't make me go down the Gnosticism route. Wacky fuckers that they are. Yeah. Amorous. Gospel of Judas 1. Amorous. I think that there's probably a valid descriptivist argument in that. Buddhism is the truth. I think the Taoists got it closest to center. I think the Taoists got it closest to the bullseye. All is the Tao. That which can be separated from it is not the Tao. The Tao is ineffable. The Tao is unknowable. Yet the Tao is all. The flow, the way, the weft, the warp, the way of things. The Tao. I think they got it close to the center, but you know. Will Alexander. I always love the fucking Will Alexander copy pasta. What's your take on Roads Ahead, the 2017 documentary showing the societal problems caused by women only caring if the guy has roads and reproducing with utterly terrible men? I recently got 17 kilometers of highway somewhere in Kenya, and I'm undeniably more popular with the ladies now. No. It's because Will Alexander literally comes through with these fucking rando, and he writes them, or they write them. It is, he creates them from scratch, as near as I can tell. And it's, yeah, like it's always an interesting thing to read. Whatever Will Alexander comes through with is always like, it's an interesting thing, right? Like whatever it is, it's fucking weird and rando, and you know, yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. It's always a good fucking palate cleanser to have Will Alexander just roll through with some weird randomness. That you're like, okay, that's a thing that just got typed. Sounds like a storyboard. Yeah, I mean, you know. Hey. What's up, Total Dad? I'm surprised. I thought you were an atheist. Have you read Vincent Buglosi's The Divinity of Doubt? It's a book that proposed agnosticism was the best position to have on religion. I'm a Christian, but it's still a good book. No, I haven't, RDF, but the fact of the matter is I'm an agnostic. I don't think there is a way to know. And I think going so far as to say not only I know, but I know the dude's name is fucking psychotic. Right? Like that's crazy. Right? Like it's look, I can put up with the atheistic position of there is no God, right? But if you're going to fucking come at me and say, not only is there a God, I know his name. Sorry, what? Yeah, I talk to him on a regular basis. All right. Well, that seems a little mentally unsound. That seems like... How do you wish to define this, Vivian? Whose definitional set are we going to use? Yours? Wikipedia? Lexico? Pew Research? Public? Social? Descriptive? Prescriptive? Biblical? What's your definition that you'll be using? And are you going to speak for all atheists across the board? Just out of curiosity while we're at it. Or etymological. I forgot that one as well. Hey, RDF. Thank you for the follow. And Wolata. Can I ask Wolata who came to the door? Who was it, Wolata? Yes, Mike, TNT. Yes, it does. It literally means that. And so what we're having now is a descriptivist's argument rather than a prescriptivist's. Right? What does it mean to who and when and why? Which is a great place to end up when you're having a discussion. Because we might as well roll out the etymological origins of it at that point. And yes, it finds its origins in atheos, the Greek, without gods. Mike TNT. Well, yeah, well, I won the race to the bottom. I respect it, Mike. I respect it. Yeah, beast. That's my position. Fair enough, Walada. Fair enough. That's fair, Walada. I get it. What the fuck? Who posted this? Amorous. Oh, and it's page 6, which is always a fucking thing, isn't it? How do we know it's him if he's in this fucking weirdo mask? Apparently this is Kanye West. Dude, he needs to go back on his meds. He needs to just go back on his fucking meds. Kanye West was spotted meeting again with former Trump fixer Michael Cohen for coffee on the Upper East Side on Tuesday. But this time, West was wearing the same strange prosthetic mask he'd been seen wearing at JFK Airport a day earlier. Well, there you go. A pair, as well as a PR whiz, Ron Tassorian, and Israeli judo champ Or Sassoon, were spotted at St. Ambrose Coffee at Lowe's Regency Hotel. He wore the mask through the meeting. Oh, that's just... All right. Imagine sitting there having coffee with Kanye West, and he's just looking at you across the table wearing this mask. That would be weird as shit, man. Yeah, RDF. This is apparently Kanye. Like in a fucking weirdo mask meeting with the former Trump fixer, Michael Cohen. This is weird as shit, man. I love that you put a trigger warning on that fucking Amorous. That's amazing. You're like, trigger warning, cursed article. Oh God, what did Elon do now? Can we just get rid of him already? Can we just like vote Elon off the island? So this is literally an Elon Musk tweet. This is what Elon Musk tweeted. Oh, yesterday afternoon. He's just a fucking wannabe edgelord, which is not a good look for a billionaire, right? You're a fucking billionaire. Get your shit together, man. Let's see. We covered a bunch of headlines. Oh, we did Degen story time, which was a fun time, admittedly. Oh yeah, did y'all see the yeah, sure. Did y'all see the fucking story about the white students who displayed the Confederate flag, so black students were suspended for planning a protest? that was a good look. Coosa High School in Georgia. Yeah. Literally. I love that one. We're going to rock the Confederate flag. Okay, we're going to protest you using the Confederate flag. Fine, we're going to counter-protest you protesting us. Confederate flag and counter-protest, no repercussions. Protest, repercussions. Just saying. Just saying. Well, that's a brilliant debate tactic. I understand what you're saying. You're just wrong. That's definitely a high quality tactic. Oh,
we should talk about Squid Game.
This fucking video. This is great. Look, I'm not watching this show. Like, I'm not getting around to this show. Maybe I will eventually, but I'm not. But I know about it. I know about the creator. I know about what he said about the show. This is great.
We should talk about Squid Game.
Yeah.
What about it?
So I think Squid Game is. I don't think it's overtly political. Apparently, you were telling me, Gary, that it was there's a political message in Squid Game.
Yeah, the writer, at least that's what he said.
My takeaway from it was communism bad.
The creator wanted to create a critique of capitalism. He explicitly stated that. Like, he wanted to write a critique of capitalism. This motherfucker's takeaway is that it's a critique of communism. Like, we could just listen to the creator for his opinion on the matter. But hey, like, who's got time? Tim Pool's fucking here to tell us. Tim Pool said the author is wrong. Exactly. I fucking love that take. I fucking love that take. Absolutely amazing. Oh, they memed the shit out of it? Of course they did. Yeah, I submitted the appeal. Shut the fuck up.
So there's this show on Netflix called Among Us,
Squid Game.
that Squid Game is game. Apparently right now it has like 10 viewers. Game. Everybody's watching this thing. Well, here's the
like 56 million or some shit like that.
Story from the
Daily Mail.
Dubbing Squid Game the most basic series on TV. British dogs compete battle royale style to win being shot in the head, and it's become a cult mass murder. Dog pornography. British dogs. I'm gonna come. Having not watched the show.
I'm sorry, 111 million viewers.
And I don't plan on watching it. It does bring up this conversation about violence in shows and in windows that go too far. People do. I'm gonna watch Squid Game and then go out and join the death squad and start executing people. And this is really like a form of porn. This is porn. It's just absurd to suggest that you're influenced at all by the images and messages and ideas that you sit there.
I want to talk about Squid Game.
Yeah.
We should talk about Squid Game.
Yeah.
What about it?
So
Yeah.
I think Squid
Yeah.
Game
Yeah.
is...
Yeah.
I don't think it's overtly political. Apparently, you were telling me, Gary, that it was there's like a political message in Squid Game.
Yeah, the writer, at least that's what he said. Yeah.
My takeaway from it was communism bad.
The creator called it
Communism
a fable for modern day capitalism.
Communism bad. I think the whole thing is the perfect example of communism bad. So one of the big themes in the show is that everyone is equal. In this equal system, everyone dies but one person who gets all of the money. Okay, so now I'm going to say this. By
How badly can you miss a point? Right? Like, is there like a competition that we can, like, is there like a reaching, like a rankings for this? Because I'd love to know. I'd love to know. Because that seems pretty bad. Right? Like, the creator explicitly stated it's a critique of capitalism. His fucking dude right across the fucking table told him the creator said it's about capitalism. And then this motherfucker looks at him and goes, yeah, I think it's about communism. And then describes capitalism, by the way. I always love that. That's one of those, that's a meme unto itself, right? I've seen that like ask a capitalist what they hate about socialism or communism, and they'll describe capitalism to you. Every time capitalism fails is communism in Tim Pool's world. All right, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. All right. Yeah, a lot of, it's based on Battle Royale. Battle Royale, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's very pro-capitalist. And I noticed that when I was as sharp as a wall. Oh, look. Y'all are coming to the point of where I checked out. You're having a descriptivist's argument. Dude, I think I've seen a total of 5 minutes of Tim Pool in my entire lifetime. Every single minute of it is like mind-bogglingly numbing, right? Like every time I hear a take from Tim Pool, like it's always some fucking take that I've just left with like, how do you even get to that position? Is Tim Pool just a grifter? I don't follow these people. Does anybody know? Like, is he just a grifter or is he actually buying this shit? He's a grifter. Okay. All right. Grifter 100. All right, cool. Well, then whatever. That works for me then. That works for me. If he's just full on grift mode, I get it. I get it. Then I don't have to, like, I don't need to grind my gears and try and figure this bullshit out. Like, I understand this then. He's just running the game. All right, cool. All right. If he actually believed that shit, I'd be super confused. He's also dumb, so kind of falls into the Joe Rogan grift. All right. Yeah, because I don't follow these. Yeah, probably not, Kez. Probably not. Love you too, Kaz. Love you too. Yeah, that was... Oh, yeah, we're going to watch this video too. Holy shit, this fucking video. This fucking video. Oh, this fucking video pisses me off. All right, let's watch this shit.
Ist natürlich das wichtigste Rohmaterial, das
FYI, this is the CEO of Nestle. Okay? This is the CEO of fucking Nestle. Somebody said Tim Pool gets his political theory from misunderstanding Marvel movies, and that's all you ever need to know. You know what? I feel caught up. Munamun. Thank you. Like that actually is context. Like that legitimately provides context. You know what? That satiates my questions.
ist natürlich das wichtigste Rohmaterial, das wir heute noch auf der Welt haben. Es geht darum, ob wir das normale Wasserversorgung der Bevölkerung privatisieren oder nicht. Und da gibt es zwei verschiedene Anschauungen. Die eine Anschauung, extrem würde ich sagen, wird von einigen von den NGOs vertreten, die darauf pochen, dass Wasser zu einem öffentlichen Recht erklärt wird. Das heißt, als Mensch sollten Sie einfach Recht haben, um Wasser zu haben. Das ist die eine Extremlösung. Ja? Und die andere, die sagt, Wasser ist ein Lebensmittel, so wie jedes andere Lebensmittel, sollte das einen Marktwert haben. Ich persönlich glaube, es ist besser, man gibt einem Lebensmittel einen Wert, sodass wir alle bewusst sind, dass das etwas kostet und dann anschließend versucht, dass man mehr spezifisch für diesen Teil der Bevölkerung, der keinen Zugang zu diesem Wasser hat, dass man dann dort etwas spezifischer eingreift und da gibt es ja verschiedene Möglichkeiten. Also.
That is the CEO of fucking Nestle saying that water is not a human right and that I should be able to profit from it and fuck those who don't have access to it. That's some like supervillain shit, y'all. Like that's some supervillain shit, right? Like legitimately. That's some like grade A Bond villain shit. This motherfucker wants to privatize all water. I mean, I can't like just imagine TOS stuff now, right? Like this is legitimately a real clear and present danger to like humans, to life and livelihood and food. This motherfucker wants water privatized. And he doesn't mean, when he talks about water, he doesn't mean like this water. He means water. All right, that's the scope and scale that motherfucker's talking. He's talking water. Like Nestle wants to figure out a way to own the ocean, right? That's what he's up to. Yeah, whatever. So legalize drugs. 12th man Alaska, legalize drugs and you crush the cartels. It's black market capitalism that actually empowers the cartels. But they've already they diversified their investments, so that ship has sailed. What you actually need to do is probably come in within a wealth tax on the associated groups within the cartels. But again, they've offshored their wealth. So tracking that's going to be a whole thing unto itself. But again, if you want to kneecap this, what you need to do is just get rid of the drug war. Because that's what empowered the cartels in the first place. Cartels didn't exist pre-drug war. It's black market capitalism that led to that profit structure. Basically, I can charge anything I want and I can make billions and millions of dollars doing it because it's illegal and I'm willing to take the risk. Welcome to Capitalism 101. All right? It's the drug war that created the cartels. Get rid of the drug war, job done. Prostitution and immigration too. Yeah, I mean, there's a few of them. You think government would allow cartels? You saw the crackdown on COVID. Yeah, they totally profit from it. There's a cyclical nature. There's a give and take relationship between the government and the criminal organizations that they protest. I mean, thinks she doth protest too much, but yeah. This is why the police system, this is why the prison industrial complex and the police system as a whole were opposed to marijuana legalization. It's not for your safety. It's not for the fucking good of the society. The fact is they make billions and billions of dollars off this illegal stuff. It's that simple. Core Civic doesn't exist without pot being illegal, basically. Yeah, you're just either you're trolling badly or you are a highly misguided person. Yeah, that's RDF. That's fucking hilarious. All studies on this topic, whether you're looking at localized in the U.S. or whether you're looking at in international, such as Portugal or the Netherlands or these sorts of things, legalization, control, regulation, and routing into health and mental health and social services rather than the prison system is universally the better solution to this problem. If you're concerned about people and you actually do think drugs are bad, then the criminalization, prosecution, and legalization of drug use and the drugs themselves is not the route you want. It's not the most efficacious manner. You want routing people into social services, which isn't part of the criminal justice system, generally speaking. So, yeah, I'd say go look at Portugal, go look at Amsterdam. Or just look at marijuana legalization in the U.S. Take your pick. Yeah, and they were given it by their government for the purposes. And by the way, we give drugs to our own soldiers. Go Fast pills are still given to long-haul Air Force pilots. We still give amphetamines. I think it's dexamphetamine. I forget what they're doling out these days. We still give amphetamines to our soldiers. Right? That's a thing. That's a thing. The colloquialism for them are Go Fast pills. Yeah. Right? Like that's just, par for the course. Really, did the Netherlands do something these days, Willada? It's a shame. I get meth from my doctor too. I just put an amphetamine in my mouth. Vyvanse, says sourcing. Yeah, no, we've got it all over the fucking place. Cupcake, I don't know. I mean, that sounds like something that probably happened, but I don't know that. Did Elvis get addicted to drugs because the U.S. Army gave them to him? I volunteered to receive some untarnished cocaine. Yeah, I got meth too, says Kaiser, from my doctor. Yeah, random. Actually, you can. Like, I mean, if you have the right set of symptoms, yeah. Yeah, there's amphetamine derivatives that are prescribed all the time. Dumball, thank you for the follow. Random Gaming, thank you for the follow. And I Like Lennon, thank you for the follow. I swallowed it with another drug, coffee. Yes, that's another thing that we really don't like to talk about, right? Alcohol is a drug. Caffeine is a drug. They have negative effects on society, on the individual, on their health, on their psychology, on their overall holistic well-being. Why are those legal? What's up? How are you drawing that line? Why is weed bad, but alcohol good? In every way, shape, or form, alcohol is a worse drug than cannabis. Exactly, Willada. Yeah, we love our stimulants, don't we? Get back on that fucking hamster wheel and work. You got to be more productive for your masters. Random, I can actually tell you the sociological origins of why alcohol is grandfathered in is because it's been with us since the beginning, basically. For a very long time, the water supply for humanity was unsafe. The safest thing to drink was fermented alcohol drinks, mead, going back quite a ways. As we populated across Europe and into the New World, the good portion of the surface water is contaminated by fecal matter from animal and human waste runoff. So you've got Giardia, what's the Septospirilla? I forget the other one. So yeah, fermented alcohol drinks were actually the safest thing to drink. So fast forward a few years, it's the accepted drug. I can be more effective with some speed, says Viva. Can't we all? Mike, the alcohol that you're thinking of is more of a modern connotation of alcohol. Classic mead and the brewed sort of beers of Egyptian lore were almost healthful. They had a lot of grains in them. They had a lot of nutrients in them. They were actually kind of good for you. I mean, grand scheme, it's kind of a mixed bag. You're probably going to die of a preventable infection anyway at an early age. So, you know, but yeah, liquid bread, basically. Basical's right. Like that's it has been called that numerous times. So yeah, it's sort of a different bag than what we drink these days. Though I hear there are like people, like sort of there are breweries and people that are bringing that tradition back. Like there's like craft brews and shit like that are trying to recapture that version of the ancient drink. And, you know, I mean, alcohol is not my drug of choice. But at the end of the day, again, anarchist, like, as long as you're not hurting somebody else, and you better show me direct harm, not some bullshit hypothetical down the stream, kicking the can, fucking slippery slope argumentation. Show me direct harm. Show me a victim, right? As long as you're not harming somebody, it's none of my business. Mind your own fucking business, people. Like, that's... do you take drugs? What you like, or just choose wisely? In my day, I have tried basically everything. I do believe in better living through chemistry. But in no way, shape, or form is this legal. Is this like legal advice? Nor is it constitute medical advice. I would never encourage you to do anything illegal. Check with your local laws and check with a lawyer in your locality. Covered my ass there. Okay, so better living through chemistry, right? I've tried it all. I want to see. I'm greedy. I'm a connoisseur of human experience, and if you tell me there's a way for me to have a new experience, I'm gonna give it a look. I was always a fan of psychedelics, specifically mushrooms, cubensis. Done a lot. So cannabis and psychedelics were pretty much my playground. But again, I'm a gay male and I've spent my early 20s in Las Vegas. So let's just say I've done my fair share of go fast as well. I had a good time at it. I don't have addiction issues. Like, it's not a thing for me. I literally, like, I've done tons of stuff that would be highly addictive for a lot of people. I don't have an addictive personality. And so I wake up one day and just decide that the cost-benefit analysis is basically swinging towards cost more than benefit. And I just never do it. And I don't look back. I did the same with ecstasy. I did ecstasy a shit ton as a teenager and that sort of thing. Don't seem any worse for wear for it. And yeah, I just started having those Suicide Tuesdays. And I'm like, well, this isn't worth the down is no longer worth the up. So just time to give it up, I guess. Did the same with meth, did the same with a few things, right? It's just how it goes. But yeah, I think that cannabis and psychedelics sort of have a human history bond to them. Yeah, that's the people, not the drug, right? RDF, that's not the drug. That's the person, right? This is literally the car argument, right? Like this is, do you blame the car or do you blame the person? It's the person. They have to have some level of responsibility, RDF. They have to have some level of personal responsibility involved in this conversation. Drugs do harm. I had a family member who got addicted and he spent money on drugs over food. I understand that you feel drugs are a personal choice, but these personal choices have far-reaching problems. They're personal choices. They're personal choices, man. You gotta own your life. You gotta own your fucking life, man. We need to start there, right? And random, does the car have seatbelts? For a long time, they didn't. And so this is where I would argue that, hey, congratulations. Yeah, we should decriminalize this and start regulating it so that maybe we can put some fucking seatbelts on this car, right? Maybe we don't have to worry about a hot dose of fentanyl coming in from a Chinese supplier, right? right? Maybe if we clean up the supply line a little bit, we could put some seatbelts in this bitch. Maybe if we did some like community injection clinics, we could get the heroin addicts off the street and maybe give them a supply of drugs and taper them down and get them the social counseling that they need to get them out of that situation in their life, right? Like we could, if we decriminalize this shit, we could actually put some seatbelts in the car. But as long as we're relying on Billy from down the block to be the dealer, who's got a supply line through the fucking Mexican cartels, ain't no seatbelts in that bitch. We're just raw dogging that motherfucker the whole way down the freeway. So let's put some seatbelts in. No, of course not, Mike. I've played around with fucking every type of escapism or comfort, basically. Grew up on skis, rock climbing, rappelling, skydiving, whitewater rafting, fucking driving fast. Like, you know, I've done track days, like, name it. Dude, human condition is rough. Right? Like that's people are way too judgy about that sort of shit. Like, look, what do you need to get through your day? What do you need to get through your day, man? Cool, let's get it for you, right? Let's reduce the harm as much as we can, but life is temporary. And it's a fucking long, rough travail, right? Like this is bad. It's fucking rough. The human condition is suffering. So anything you can do to alleviate that suffering, if even for a moment, if you're willing to induce to deal with the risk of that, any potential fallout, do you, bro. Maybe a shot of whiskey and a hand job fucking get you through your day. Go get your dick rubbed, man. I'll get you your shot glass. All right? You do you. People get way too fucking busybody in this world, especially in this country. Especially in this fucking country. Right? We are the most, like, this isn't fucking, no, Mike, it's not. It's just an acceptance of the reality of the situation. Right? It's just the truth of the matter. Right? Like, and to deny that is fucked. It causes all sorts of, like, Calvinistic rhetoric. Or ramifications from Calvinistic rhetoric, that life is suffering and you must sow the seed and you must harvest from the land because God cast you out because of your original sin and shit like that, right? And it's just, it ends up in some pretty fucked places. But, dude, people suffer. Let's try and alleviate that suffering. There's a reason there's a set of shot glasses and whiskey in my drawer at work. Exactly. Raphael gets it. RDF. You want to come on air and talk about it, man? This seems to be personal for you. You want to come on the air and talk about it? I'll get you on the air. No big deal. I'll talk about it. Like, it's just, what are you going to do? Throw more black people in jail? What's the solution? What's the solution? Make it more illegal? More cops? More militarization? More 1033 militarization program? What's your solution, man? More DARE? Like we've done, how much more can we do? Right? Like where do we draw this fucking line? Should we have government deployed monitors, like cameras in our house to make sure you're not doing any drugs at all times? How far are you going to take this? How far are you going to take it to prevent people from consuming these? Yeah, or we'll just do what Amherst just suggested. Just if you're a drug user, go kill you. Right? How far are we going to go? What's your fucking solution, man? Because as far as humanity is concerned, we have been getting fucked up since the beginning. There is not a society, a culture, a place or time in this world where human beings did not get intoxicated. Even children. One of the first instincts of children is to spin around and get dizzy and create an altered state of consciousness so they can fall down and everything spins and gets weird and they laugh and they giggle. Intrinsically in human beings, we seek altered states of consciousness all the way to the animal kingdom. You can see it in bears, you can see it in moose, you can see it in squirrels. It is an intrinsic part of life on this earth that consciousness seeks out altered states of consciousness. So how far are we going to take this? How far are you willing to take it? Are you willing to pull the trigger? Are you willing to go around and round them up? Because I sure as fuck aren't. Yep, Deirdre, you already do. And we do it all the fucking time. And we do it in disproportionate amounts due to the racist origins of our policing system. Well, half of the racist origins of our policing system. The other half is classist, which, by the way, disproportionately affects the poor people as well in this country. So... Oh, fucking Lennon. There is no quicker way to get me on a rant than mention the goddamn fucking Sacklers. Daddy's fucking Sackler. Daddy fucking Sackler is fucking... Dude, they literally created... The Sackler family literally created direct advertising to physicians in this country. I am not shitting you. The origins of that family are fucked. Not even just the 90s, oh, we fucking told doctor... Oh, no. They created the direct advertising to doctors' methodology in this country. Yeah. Like, the reason your doctor is a pill pusher is because of the Sacklers. Not kidding you. It is... That family is fucking dirty as shit, man. I would confiscate every last dime they had and just... You're doing community service forever. Like, your kids' are indentured servants at this point. I do not trust your lineage because your fucking parents and your grandparents were in on this fucking grift, and now your kids are fucking in on this grift. I don't trust that fucking family. Yeah, fucking Sacklers. Holy shit, man. I was gonna say, he can't be... Hang on. Yeah, well... All right. Sourcing, yeah. He had an adult fucking conversation about risk management and psychological and physiological and neurocognitive development. Right? Like, treat him like a fucking adult and teach him what's up. Right? But if you're going to tell kids drugs are bad, at the same time you're pushing fucking drugs all the time on TV. Right? You think kids can't put that together? Drugs are bad, kid. You shouldn't do drugs, except these drugs. We're gonna if you pay for these drugs are official. They come from the doctor. These drugs are good for you. Do these drugs, but not those drugs. These are good drugs, bad drugs, good drugs, bad drugs. Right? You think kids are fucking stupid? You think kids don't see hypocrisy in adults? Dude, I saw that shit in 5th grade. DARE program, 5th grade. I fucking saw that. Called it out right there. That was the moment. I'm like, oh, damn. This cop's lying to my face. This cop is lying to my face. And this teacher deferred to his authority. This motherfucker is lying to my face. And she trusts him and defers to him. That means I can't trust her either. 5th grade. I knew not to trust cops and I knew not to trust teachers. Because of the DARE program. I had RDF. You'll be welcome back. Catch you later. Sleep well. Yeah, oh, I'm sure. Sourcing. Like, it's fucking stupid. You're treating them like they're stupid, and, well, we know what the effect is. Dude, the DARE program creates more drug addicts than it creates fucking teetotalers. We know this. The statistics out of the DARE program they're terrifying. Yeah, Raphael. Sugar. Dude, sugar's more addictive than cocaine. Like, fMRI scans and studies have shown refined sugars have a more dopamigenic. What's the active form of dopamine that I'm searching for? It has a more reactive response within dopamine, the dopamine response system of the brain, than cocaine. Right? Like, sugar is more addictive than cocaine. We have fMRI scans to show this. Coke is responsible for some of them, by the way. Coca-Cola. Yeah, oh yeah. Coca-Cola did a whole bunch of those fucking studies. Nice. Hellfire. See? Real fucking teacher. All right. Y'all wind it down. I'm a raid out. It's been a long night. I'm a kick off the raid here. We're gonna go over to Radhom. He's on. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure, sourcing. Yeah, like don't do that. Don't give your fucking kids sugar. Do not give your kids flaming hot Cheetos while we're at it. Just while I'm on a fucking tirade here about this shit. There's no eating carrots after you grew up on flaming hot Cheetos, right? Like, you're blowing out their nervous system with that shit. Don't give your kids that shit. You're just fucking them up for life. Right? I would rather you give your kid fucking meth than flaming hot Cheetos. Don't do either of these, please, for the love of God. But, I mean, as far as, like, neurological responses go and lifelong habits go, holy shit, man. Fucking, that industrial food is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. There's a reason obesity statistics are the way they are in the U.S. Yeah, don't give your kids Ritalin. That shit just fucks them up, man. That just fucks them up for life. Either way. Guys, it's been fun. Tomorrow's an afternoon show, 5:30 p.m. Pacific if you're new. 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. You just caught Tuesday. Either way, let's go say hi to Radhom. He's an Australian streamer. He's doing politics right now. So he's got a fucking hell of a mustache. You're gonna love it. Catch y'all later.
How are you going?
Yes, I see that you
Welcome, viewers. You have come in for What the Fuck